Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Let the record indicate it is now 5:01 p.m. and the Finance Committee is called to order. I just want to go over a few procedural things before we start. We have a lot of issues to deal with this evening. I would just want to remind everyone that the comments that you're all willing to, able to make regarding anything that's on the bid package, you must keep your comments focused on the merits of the bid. So I know that there very well could be some emotion, but please make my job easy so that I don't have to gavel anyone down. Keep the comments to the bid item. I appreciate everyone's support, but we got to play by the rules. So with that said, I also, before we continue on, I just want to let everyone know, and we'll be speaking to this again as we move a little further. When we get to about 6:15 this evening, if we have not completed the committee agendas, we're going to put a hold on them so that we can convene the full city council meeting at 6:30. At such time, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance, we'll have the national anthem. The council president will be calling for communication from the council members, and then we'll be going into executive communication, which the council president will speak to regarding that also. So let's get going. I need a motion on the minutes from December 15th.
Move favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. We have 4 yeses.
You have to abstain? You weren't here.
Oh.
So you abstained.
You know what? I've been on this council for 13 years, and in 13 years, I've missed 2 meetings, and I forgot about that one. Thank you, Councilman. So, correction, I abstain, and we have 3 yeses. We'll move on to the consent calendar, and I need a motion on that, please.
Move
for the
favorable
minutes.
action on the minutes.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Once again, I will be abstaining, and I need a vote. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And I abstain. So we have 3 yeses and 1 abstain. Thank you. So we're going to move on to PCR 126, the bid package. The first item is 2026-295, various replacement auto parts. Hi, Christy. Please identify yourself for the record. I know who you are, but not everybody in the room does.
Good evening, Christy Moretti, Public Works. Public Works is requesting to award the bid 2026-295 for various replacement automotive parts in the amount of $836,600 for a 1-year period, February 1826 to February 1727. And I just want to point out, there are 2 other requests after this one. They all say $836,600, but that dollar amount is for all 3 bids. It's not for each bid individually.
So thank you for that, Christy. Again, for the benefit of the folks that have not always been able to attend, this item is $836,600, but it is spread out in various components to 2 other departments. So it's the DPW department It will be original parts for vehicles and also a sub B. Bear with me. So before I ask any questions on this item, I want to point out something that I feel is very important. And I've spoken about it numerous times over the years. And that is list price, discount, and net cost. In this packet, we have for these items, there's a whole bunch of items that are priced. And I know some emphasis has been put on the discount rather than the significance of the list price. So what we have here tonight is a perfect example of what I've been trying to drive home with the significance of the list price. Which list price? Is there a list price? Which list price do we go by? In this packet, we have the very first item. It's the same identical numbers, part numbers. It's the manufacturer is Delco Remy. We have one vendor who offers a 73% discount. And we have another vendor that offers a 70% discount. But the difference is in the list price. Same item, same product number. The list price from one vendor is $465.31. The list price from another vendor is $657. So of course, the list price makes a difference. In this case, the higher discount is the cheaper price. But it doesn't always work out that way. So if we look at another item in this bid package, and I'm not going to go through them, I got about probably a couple of dozen of these very examples. Another item, same exact product number, it's Ultimate Select, whatever that is. One vendor has a 73% discount, the other vendor has a 70% discount. So if the list price doesn't matter, and you're going to go exclusively with the discount, in this case, you're going to make an error. Because the list price at 73% discount is $378.42. The discount 73% for a net cost of $102.17. The other vendor, same item, same numbers, has a list price of $339.07 with a 70% discount for a net price of $101.72. Now, I realize we're only talking pennies, but we're not. We're talking taxpayer dollars. And you cannot purchase anything with only with only a discount if you don't know what the list price is. And this is a perfect example. So, enough said on that. I think I drove the point home. The only item that I have on this, Christie, is I have to object to the Lawson bid being included. I understand and agree with your rationale for including the other vendors. We know things are difficult to get, prices are like all over the place, inventory can be difficult, but I am personally going to be objecting to Lawson being included because all they included was the discount. They did not provide you or us with a list price. And I have to object to that because it makes 0 sense to me. That's why I just went through that little exercise that I did, because most of the people in the audience here tonight kind of haven't been involved in this so much. I cannot agree to award a vendor a bid if we don't know what the list price is. Because they can turn around and charge us whatever they please, especially in this case where the other vendors have provided their prices, their list price, their discount price. So now Lawson is at a distinct advantage when they price this. And I think that's wrong. But before I make a request on this, I would like to hear from my colleagues on the committee. Are there any questions? Councilman, go ahead.
Director, we just heard the chairman speak a lot about the list prices. You and I had a conversation about how these list prices actually play out in real time
Yes.
when we make the purchases. Just to clarify for everyone here, the list prices that are submitted on these bid packages, these vendors are not locked into those prices, is that correct?
That's correct.
And why is that?
Because the market, the automotive market, the prices fluctuate daily. So on the day that they submitted their bids, whatever date that was, those list prices are no longer valid, more than likely. And the other thing I just wanted to address too, as far as Lawson, I can see where Councilman Lattiser is coming from, but these vendors give us I'm not sure if this particular one, they did provide us with a document, like a catalog, which obviously is not included. It can be pretty extensive. And then other vendors do also, we have like a specific login for the city of Warwick. So we shop around anytime we buy anything. I think we've shown that as well in our last request we made for a vendor that saved the city $10,000 to get parts for one of our dump trucks. So with all due respect, I completely see where your point is driven home on Lawson, but it's not that. It's just when the bids are submitted, you get a snapshot, obviously, of what their pricing is, but there could be more backup to it. That's just not part of the bid package.
So the list prices we see here in the packages that we receive via your office, those are a snapshot on the date that they filled out this paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say that those are mostly for illustrative purposes?
Yes, because the bid specifically requires the vendors to hold the discount firm, not the pricing.
Okay. And that's the stipulation that they hold the discount firm and not the list price. That's in the package that goes out for bid to every vendor?
Yes.
Okay. So that's the stipulation as both parties understand.
Yes,
the bargain
for all
agreement.
this bid and the two that follow, well, I'm sorry, the one that follows for the OEM parts. And then after that is, the third one, I'm sure we'll discuss, but.
As far as you know, is that, excuse me, is that practice customary for most cities and towns to have the discount locked in the list price?
A lot of the cities and towns don't actually even go out to bid. They just piggyback a source well, which we've utilized on certain occasions when it benefits the city. But in this case, and like other cases with bids that we have, we don't necessarily always piggyback the state or another government bidding entity. We do it ourselves.
Okay. And who actually checks when you send out a purchase order? Who does the double checking of, are we, getting are they actually accurately quoting the list price on the day of purchase, or who does that cross checking?
So we have a stock person that will get quotes for any parts that they need. And then the automotive chief obviously oversees that. So he'll look at them as well. And then they come across my desk. So there's 3 people looking at the purchase order or the request for parts.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Chairman. If, I'm just going to, with all due respect, on that list price thing, it seems as though somewhere along the line, we're missing the point. I understand that the list price today may not be the list price tomorrow. I get that. I understand that. I was in the remodeling business for over 40 years. I understand about how prices work. However, I also understand this example. A battery today, we get a bid on a battery today. The battery is $300 list price. The discount is 20%. Your net price today is $240. I have a starting point. The starting point is $300. If you order that battery in a month from now or 2 months from now, and that list price comes in at $500 with a 20% discount, you are going to realize you just got taken advantage of, because it's highly unlikely that battery went from 300 to 500. There's nobody in this chamber today would go to any store and buy anything and say, okay, how much is this phone? Well, Ed, we're going to give you 20% off on that phone. I'll take it. Does not happen. I will never condone that, whether I'm sitting here or I'm sitting elsewhere. I will not condone that. You can't get to there if you don't know where you are here. The retail price, I'm sorry, the list price is where you are today. You need the starting point. That's only everyday business sense. Councilman Muto.
Hi, Christie. Two questions. One, what did we spend for this category last year?
$620,755.73.
And the increase is based on what assumptions?
It's not an increase. It's actually a decrease in our annual requests. It's a cumulative, as you see in your bid package on page 1, it's a cumulative request of the line items that encompass the automotive division that we buy parts from. We've actually reduced it by $50,000 because 65-250 went from from 800,000 to 750,000. So instead of asking for $886,600, we are now asking for $836,600.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Because I had trouble balancing that with Munis. And that's because you rolled the 3 categories together, just to be clear.
I'm sorry.
That's because you rolled the 3 categories together.
Yes.
Okay. Follow-up question is, this bid package, you have 6 or 7 vendors here. When you approach purchasing parts, do you look for just one, or do you cross-reference all of them and look for the best net dollar cost versus percent in list price?
We always go to the lowest vendor first. Obviously we gather quotes. We go to the lowest vendor. Depending on what kind of vehicle it is, if it's something that can wait a couple of days, we'll do that. If it's something that can't wait, then we go to the next lowest vendor to secure the part. So if it's, obviously something that's fire related, we have to get that back up and running, back on the road. At this time of year, if it's something plow related, we have to do that as well. Sanitation always takes a priority. So anything else though, like if we have a Crown Victoria that needs to be fixed for whatever reason, those we can put on the wait list until we get the other things up and running.
Okay. Okay, so that actually raises a concern for me, because I was under the assumption that you had a list of vendors, and we were going for the lowest cost across the vendors instead of being the lowest cost based on the initial bid, which then I have to go back and defend Councilman Lattiser, is if that is your base number and that person or that company has a base low number, then you're defaulting going to that one instead of looking across the vendors or looking for the.
No, we search more than one vendor
Okay.
on this bid. Well, we do it with other bids that we have multiple vendors too, but on this bid, we will go to multiple vendors and say, hey, do you have this? How much is it? And when can you get it to us?
Okay.
And then we make a decision based on first, how much is it and when you can get it to us. But when you can get it to us is based on what vehicle it's needed for.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying, because you initially said that it was the lowest bid
Sorry.
at first, which triggers the red alerts. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. So to follow up on Councilman Muto, Christie, essentially what you're requesting from the Finance Committee is to approve an increase of just about 40% over what you spent last year. Is that accurate?
No.
Over what you spent?
We always historically have asked for what our line items are budgeted for in the automotive division for us to purchase parts. So it's those particular line items that we use to purchase parts. And then we've reduced our historic requests by $50,000. So we're requesting what we have budgeted to spend. It doesn't mean we're going to spend it. So 2 years ago, we spent $859,230.10. This year, so far, we spent $661,863.58. So we have to have the ability to buy what we need to keep all the vehicles moving. But obviously, we make the request for what we're allowed to spend, but it doesn't mean that we spend it all.
Sure.
Councilman, you have 2 minutes.
Do you have a list of what your anticipated needs are for this year?
No.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Councilman Napa, go ahead, please.
Christy, when you're saying that what you've spent year to date, is that fiscal year to date or is that contract period to date?
That's the contract period.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything further from the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks, and if I don't recognize you, your hands up, your lights up, just give me a shout, okay? Because I can't kind of see on my left and my right. Councilman Ricks, please.
Thank you. Yeah, for members of the public, those who haven't heard me give this particular speech before, perhaps a little background can be helpful here as well. Big picture, we don't want a situation where the person ordering these various parts, and there are a lot of parts on this particular list, is basically just going online, looking it up, and doing it in a haphazard way. So even though this is a large list of various parts, we still have to make sure that there's this public hearing process, this bid process. So even though it may seem like there's some minutia here, it really is a matter of having all of these documents submitted, go through the regular bid process, be examined by members of the council and particularly members of the Finance Committee, who I know do their due diligence, spend many hours on this. And for all the reasons stated by Chairman Lattiser and other members of the committee, it's important to have those numbers there, go through that process to make sure that we're getting the best deals on record for the city of Warwick, save some money that way. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anything further from any other members of the council? Hearing none, any questions or comments from members of the public? Do we have any questions or comments from members of the public? Please state your name for the record. And I would just remind everyone to keep your comments and questions related to the bid items.
Rob
Thank
Cody, Ward 7.
Hello.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser, for asking the appropriate questions that the taxpayer really needs to know, so we know how our money's being spent and if it's being spent wisely. So pertaining to this $836,000, I'm assuming that there's a procedure to come up with this number of $836,000. So am I to believe that what you do is you have a projection of each and every part that you feel that you're going to need, and then you go up and you look up all these parts, what the total cost is, and then you come up with the $836,000? Is that how it works?
Christie, could you answer that, please?
The number is derived from 5 different budget codes that we have allocated yearly. They all have a maximum attached to them. So the first one, 65,250, is $750,000. That's primarily where the bulk of our parts come from. And then we have 4 other budget codes. The second would be 65,239, which is 50,600. And then there are, after that, there are 2 budgeted at 10,000 and 1 at 16,000. So that's where that $836,600 comes from.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is that $836,000, do you have that broken down into an inventory of specific components that you're projecting to purchase?
No.
Okay, that's a problem. So that number's arbitrary, right? So you're basically saying that we think that we might use this amount of money, but you don't have on hand an accurate inventory of parts based on maintenance records, based on service records, that you feel what specific parts will have to be procured to keep the vehicles running. You don't have that. So, for example, when you go on the warwick.gov/bids list, right, you're supposed to see everything there. So you can't see anything. So I can't go on as a taxpayer. All I can say is, hey, we're going to spend $836,000 on parts. Well, what parts, right? So from a person in private business that was in retail, you keep an inventory control. So this leads me to believe that, like, do we have a formal inventory control in the city of Warwick? So in other words, if you've got, whatever, 10 alternators in stock and you use 2, are they scanned? Do we know which those alternators, which vehicles they went in, and do you keep a running inventory and tally of every part? Do we have that? Do we have like if I said to you, if I put forth a public records request and said, hey, I want to see every single part that you have in inventory, when you purchased it, and which parts went to which vehicles, do you have that?
We have repair orders for all the vehicles that we work on, and all the parts are listed on there. We do have a stock room. As far as an inventory program, they are rolling out one first, I think, with the police department, if I'm not mistaken, relatively soon. And then I think somewhere in there we're slated to be after them. However, with the volume of vehicles that we fix, we do keep certain things. We keep air cans. We keep, we have air filters. We have oil filters. We have belts. We have everything from, nuts and bolts to tie wraps. And we have all of that stuff. We have cans of brake clean and bottles of windshield washer fluid and wipers. And we have all that stuff in our stock room, but we don't stock things like, if an arm on a sanitation truck goes, we're not going to spend $25,000 just to have one on hand. Or maybe we just need components to repair an arm on a sanitation truck. So we don't need the whole thing. So when things like that go wrong, or things that we can't necessarily predict, obviously we keep 2 sets of brakes on hand for rescues. If they come in and need brakes done, they go through them relatively often with the amount of time they're on the road. But so there's a lot of stuff that gets delivered to us the day of or the next day because we don't keep it in stock. It's not something, 1, we don't have room for, and 2, it could be something that, goes wrong every 2 years.
So I understand that, but what you do keep in stock, and I'm sure you keep quite a bit of merchandise in stock, do you have a formal protocol for an inventory? Like, is there inventory control that when you take one item off what your inventory is, you have a document that shows that inventory? Like, you go into any supermarket, any parts store, and all they have to do is look at it and say, okay, we've got 6 of these in stock. Do we have anything formalized like that, where if a member of the general public did a public records request and said, I want to see everything that you have in stock for inventory, and I want to see all the prices? Do you have that?
Well, like I just said, they're going to be rolling that program out with the police department first. They are a much smaller version of what we do. And
Right, so the answer is no, you don't have a formal program.
That's exactly what I said. No, we don't.
No, okay. So that's a problem, right? You come in here for almost $1 million worth of parts that we want. No inventory control, right? Nothing's itemized. There's no list of this $836,000 of all the components that are going to add up to $836,000, what we reasonably project that we're going to use based upon our previous year's maintenance or our history, right? You think the taxpayers think that that's a good thing to do? Is there any business person that would say, oh yeah, we conduct business like that all the time? You don't. Nobody in private business conducts business like that. And that's why we have problems, and that's why we ask questions, and that's why Mr. Lattisaw asks these questions and is trying to be specific. Because on each meeting that I come to, it seems like basic protocol of merchandising and inventory is violated, accounting procedures violated. And I would assume that a lot of these parts that are being replaced are because of wear and tear. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
I'm assuming that a lot of these parts that are replaced on a regular basis is wear and tear.
There's a good number of wear and tear, brakes and, things like that. But we also have other major components that need to be replaced for whatever reason, that a vehicle's out of service. And you also have to keep in mind that we're not just fixing sanitation vehicles. We fix highway, we fix sanitation, we fix field maintenance, building maintenance, fire, Transwick, water, sewer.
But everything that we're
So
talking about
basically-
here is parts.
Excuse me, we fix everything except for police, and then the vehicles that are at the annex building, like buildings and assessors, we don't fix those, but we fix everything else.
But this $836 is relative to automotive parts.
Correct.
Right, okay. And the reason I ask in terms of the wear and tear is, as you all know, at any given day, I can videotape trucks driving around the city aimlessly, hiding out, not doing any work.
Mr. Cody, stick to the bid.
And well, it's relative because it's wear and tear and it's parts that have to be replaced when we're not seeing anything, any work being performed. Like, it's 2026. Every retailer, every person who houses inventory has a formalized, computerized system to house their inventory, and they know exactly how many nuts and bolts and widgets and fan belts and everything else we have, and tires. I don't need to remind you that several years ago, we had this issue with tires, where tires were mysteriously disappearing, but we didn't have an inventory control, and we still don't have an inventory control today, and it's ridiculous.
Thank you. Next, just please identify yourself for the record. And again, just a reminder.
Hi, my name's Michael DeSalvia. I also have an issue with spending $800,000 on parts and not knowing what they're for. Mr. Lattisaw, you owned a business. If I came up to you and says, I need $800,000 for some parts, would you just say, here's the $800,000? What parts are you getting? What do you need these for? This is just ridiculous spending the way the city of Warwick runs. All they do is spend, 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 and no one cares about where the money comes from because we'll just raise taxes on everybody. Let's raise the taxes again. More people got to leave the city. This is ridiculous.
Thank you.
Everyone have a good day.
Identify yourself for the record, please. And again, a reminder, just
Robert Cushman,
Reserve-
former Warwick City Councilman. I was also
reserve your
former.
comments to the bid, please.
Yes. My questions is concerning, I think, the lack of transparency as a taxpayer when I look at a bid like this. So there's a couple, Christie answered a couple questions I had. But this bid is $836,000, and she basically said it's made up of 5 different budget line item codes. Why aren't those listed for the taxpayers to see? Basically what we have here was we have a bid number 2026-295. It's called Various Replacement Automotive Parts, DPW. So as a taxpayer, as someone who's studied the budget for the last 20 years, when I take a look at this sitting at home today, I looked at, okay, let's see. What line items would make up $836,600? I looked at 65-250 mechanical parts, $750,000. Now I know Christie just said there's 4 other line items. Why aren't those listed? Why a taxpayer should be able to understand where these items are being expensed from. And Mr. Lattisaw, I want to just congratulate you on being a member of the Finance Committee that has tried to ask questions, that has tried to put in place procedures that make it more viable for a taxpayer to understand what's going on. And I'm just going to say one thing. I think it's disgraceful that they're removing you as the finance chair. Okay.
Mr. Cushman,
Yes.
stick to the
So,
tape, please.
here's my question. I guess to Christie, I was looking at 65-250 mechanical parts. Last year at this time, according to the budget document, up until 3/31/25, $456,510 was spent in 9 months, right? How much money was spent at the end of fiscal 25 on this line item?
You mean at the end of the budget cycle?
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Yes.
Not a tough question. I hope my time is suspended.
Mr. Cushman, while they're trying to get that answer for you, do you have any other questions that may have an answer already?
Yeah, well,
available?
maybe I can help them out here. So when we look at the projected expenses for this line item, at the end of fiscal year 25, it was $802,500. So I guess my question is, you spent $456,000 in 9 months. Did you spend $350,000 in the final 3 months of the fiscal year?
So you've already indicated the answer to your question?
No,
I mean, your first question.
I don't know the answer. I'm looking at the budget document that you guys approved in May of this year. It had the total amount of money expensed from this line item as $456,510 through March 31st of 2025. The projected expense was $802,500. I want to know what the actual expense was. They should know that by now.
Christie, are you ready for that?
Just some issues connecting to the internet, but yes, I can get it. Just give me one.
And my question is, you spent $456,520 in 9 months, right? Through the end of March. You were projected to spend $350,000 in 3 months. Is that what you did? And why would you do that? Why would you?
Are you ready for your answer?
Yes.
So at the end of fiscal year 25, we had an overall budget in 65-250 of $800,000. And we spent at the end of fiscal year 25, $604,419.13.
Okay. So
Which left us with an available balance that goes back to the general fund of $198,080.87.
okay. So the $802,500 that was projected during the budget hearings was incorrect, right?
There's always a projection. That's what we expect to spend. So yes, we
Okay.
never know what's going to happen with our vehicles. You know, personally, my son's check engine light went on.
Yeah.
You know, you got to find out what's wrong with it. It's not something that I was expecting to happen, but it needs to be fixed. So, you know, we can't always predict when something needs a repair. Can we predict when it needs tires? Yes, we look at them. Can we predict when it might need brakes? Yes, they look at them, or the driver brings it in.
What
and
was the
says,
total
Hey,
expense?
these feel spongy.
What was
Mr. Cushman, let her finish,
I know I
please.
have limited time though. She's going off on a tangent here.
Okay.
What was the total amount that you spent again? 600 and what?
604-419-13.
So in 2020 it was 652. In 2021 it was 660. In 2023 it was 633. Why are you budgeting $750,000 when you never even came close to that?
So in In fiscal year '22, we spent $751,591.76. In fiscal year, excuse me, did I say '22? That was '23. In fiscal year '22, we spent $858,401.59.
Yeah.
I can keep going backwards if you'd like me to.
No, that's okay.
So why we ask for that amount of money, there's multiple things that have to be
So-
considered. The age of our vehicles, the wear and tear on our vehicles, as well as the economy.
Okay.
It's not the type of thing where we can just, put a number like dead on and say, we're only going to spend $600,000. We ask for, what we anticipate we will need to spend to fix all of the department vehicles that I listed earlier. And if we don't need it, then we don't spend it.
Okay. In line item 63,239, I think you said there's $50,600 budgeted for that. That's supplies miscellaneous. Are those line items different from the line items in the mechanical parts?
Yes.
60, why don't you separate? I mean, is there any ways for the taxpayers to, like to Mr. Cody's point, to be able to see what line items make up the supplies miscellaneous versus which line items make up the mechanical parts? Because you're putting them all into one bid.
So, because all of those line items make up that dollar amount that we're requesting. So I have to put them into the document. However, if you look at the bid package, the budget code numbers are there. They don't have the budget code title. It's not a function of Public Works. I don't know if that's something that, is necessary, but the budget codes are there for what we're asking for.
Is that documentation, was that online for the taxpayers to see? Because I couldn't find it.
Yes.
It was?
Oh, you mean this? This is part of the bid document.
No, I have the bid document, but all the things you're talking about now with all those line items, I went to the council meeting minutes, I looked at the agenda, all they had was a 3-page bid package. There's no other details. So the information that they have and that you're talking about, is that available?
This is all advertised online prior to the meeting.
Well, how do we find that?
It's on the city's website. I'm not sure.
Don't ask me. I'm not Mr. Technology, so don't ask me.
It's not there. I'm telling you, it's not there. So can anybody?
It has to be there for us to discuss it. It's part of the open meetings.
Excuse me,
record. It has to be there.
excuse me. Let's just take a breath here.
Bill Vicente, Chief of Staff to the Mayor. It's under the City Council's tab on the website.
I looked there. It's not there.
It is there.
Councilman Ricks, excuse me, Chief. Councilman Ricks, did you want to weigh in on this? Do you have something to add to this? Let's
Thank
cut
you,
to the
Chair.
chase.
Through the chair, to Mr. Cushman, going on the City Council website, clicking on the meeting, I believe that you had reached that page. It can be a bit confusing because there are multiple separately listed PDFs relative to the bid package.
Yeah.
This particular one is the third item down, listed as bid_package_0105-2026. It is a 142 total page document. The budget codes are listed on the 7th page of 142, near the top of that page. And to add a little bit to the confusion, that 7th page out of 142 is labeled as the first page.
So what's the name of it? I would just like to be able to see it after. What's the name of that document?
It is the third item there out of the several dozen PDFs listed. bid_package_01-05-2026.pdf.
Okay, I'll have to take a look.
If you go to the city's website, Mr. Cushman, hi.
Yep.
If you go to the city's website, okay, and you go to government and you pick city council,
Yeah,
it's right there.
okay.
So you can either choose off the calendar end of it, because there's 2 spots to
Okay.
choose from, or on the left-hand side.
I couldn't find it. All right, that's my fault. I guess one last question here now too. So, in this bid package, we have, I guess there's 3 different paragraphs here. We have, the various automotive parts. Then there's a 2026 301A, 2026 301B. How is the taxpayer supposed to know what's the difference? And 301B is a 56.6. Why is that a 56.6? I'm just looking for a little bit more transparency. Maybe it's in the documents, I couldn't find it. But I think all these questions, I should be able to get by going through the documents online and not without having to come to the city council.
Christie, I know you'll have a comment for that.
We haven't gotten to the other items, so I'm not sure if you want to discuss them like out of order or.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
We haven't gotten to the other items that Mr. Cushman's referring to, the 301A and 301B. So I don't know if you want to finish with this one and move on or just discuss them all at once.
She's made it.
So I don't have to come back. I'll ask you my question now, and maybe you can ask later. When I take a look at this bid package, you're breaking it down to three different things. To me, it shouldn't say the same amount, $836,600 for 301A, and it shouldn't say $836,600 for 301B. It sounds like they're different bids. I just don't understand, why it's being presented that way, and maybe you could find out why. But, I guess the bottom line to me, I think the way this is presented could be a lot more clearer with better documentation. I mean, why not put the line items associated with these bids right on the document? So it's very easy for a layperson or someone to come in and see. I think you guys got to start looking at, especially with the change of leadership on this finance committee, to make it easier for taxpayers to understand how our money is being spent in the city of Warwick.
Ma'am, please. I'm sorry? Yes, could you just use the mic so I can hear you? Because I can't hear what's going on in the back. So, no. Councilman Foley is the timekeeper. He is really good with it, too. Please identify yourself for the record.
My name is Jessica. I am a Warwick resident, so I'm not as prepared as everybody else. I don't have a list, but I just came really to remind you guys of your duty to the residents of Warwick. We should be able to ask questions.
Excuse me.
This is definitely in relation to finances.
But no, this isn't specific. This isn't like a generic thing of finances.
Yep.
I'm sorry to say you have to keep your comments indicative to this item that we're bidding now, which is the various replacement auto parts.
Okay, so the auto parts,
just
right,
the
so I'm
rules.
getting to that. So obviously, the problem is that you guys can't even identify what you're spending, and questions are being asked about spending. So that's the point I was getting to. So my point is, as a Warwick resident, I'm responsible, and you guys keep track of my water bill, every upgrade that I do on my house. You guys find a way for me to pay more in taxes. And you can't, and we cannot, hold on, I'm getting to it. And we cannot identify how we're spending our taxpayer money. So I encourage you guys to realize why you're here and why you're in your seats is to make sure that you are doing what you're supposed to be doing with our taxpayer dollars. Anyone on this council who asks questions, congratulations to you. That is your job. That's why you're here.
Just again.
Please find a way to identify how we're spending our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Listen, wait, whoa. I got conversations going on all over the place. If you want to speak to me, request that you are acknowledged so I can hear and understand what you're saying. So who would like to speak behind me? Anyone? I don't need to be called sir. I just need to know when someone wants to ask a question or has a comment, whether it be out of the audience, out of the members of the committee, or behind me. I can't respond to things that I don't know. Councilman Ricks.
I would just state that I think that the Finance Committee under your leadership is doing a fantastic job. The bid package alone, we're looking at
Thank you, but
usually
let's stick to the bid.
every 2 weeks. Items such as this take significant time for you all to look through, and all of the documentation is there. Every couple of weeks, couple of times a month,
Councilman Ricks.
hundreds of pages. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let's let's not make my job more difficult, please. Just stick to the bid items. I do not want to have to be gaveling anyone. I do need to know what is being said and what is going on. Do we have any other questions on item 2026-295? Okay. Now, we'll move on to item 2026-301A. If there are any questions, let's make them something other than what was already asked on the previous bid. If there are any points that someone wants to make specifically to 2026-301A, please do so, but let's keep it to the item at hand. Any questions from members of the committee? All right, let's just hold on 1 minute. Christie, so in this bid package, on these items right here, we have, as an example, it's, I don't know, it's somebody equipment. We have the position paper, okay? Then we have 1, 2, 3, I don't know, half a dozen pages accompanying it. But here's my problem. This was given to us. And this isn't even a question I should have to be asking now. It shouldn't have come to us this way. On this item, vendor name, there's no name. It's just, there's no name. It's got items on here, no bid. I go to the next page, there's no vendor name. The next page, no vendor name, no vendor name. It's got no bids, no bids. But my question is, I don't know for certain, I don't know at all, if these sheets right here belong to that equipment company.
They do.
I don't know. Christie, with all due respect, I don't know, because it doesn't say. So I sit here and I look at this and I say, okay, there's no way for me to identify this, and they're not the only one. There's other bidders in this package, 2, maybe 3 others, the same thing. And what we have is we have a bunch of pages with nothing on them, and there's no vendors listed at all. I don't know how or why something like that would even would come before us. I don't know why something like this isn't identified and said, hey, wait a minute, excuse me, we need to know who the vendor is, and just write it down so we know. This way, I don't have to hear people saying, oh, you're asking a lot of questions.
May I explain?
What's that?
May I explain?
Please.
So the first vendor that submitted a bid was sanitary equipment. Okay? And they wrote no bid on a bunch of these pages that was part of the bid package, but they can't bid on all of these parts because they can't provide them. So they bid on Labrie parts, which they do provide because it's an OEM part. This is the OEM bid. So sanitary equipment can't give us Mac parts because they don't make them. That's why they're all blank except for the particular parts that these vendors can provide. These are the pricing sheets from the bid. So what you're seeing is exactly what the vendor submitted.
Christie, I am not trying to give you a hard time. What I'm looking at is, I don't know what I'm looking at. And we're saying, okay, well, that's the vendor. So on page 20, I have a bunch of list prices over here. I have no name at the top. Christie, how do I know? How does this committee know? How would the members of the public know who this belonged to? There's no indication here of anything. And then how do we know this wasn't Tasker's bid? The reason we know it's not Tasker's bid, at least Tasker, they have their name on this, so I know that it's Tasker. This type of procedures just don't make sense to me. And that's probably why I'm in trouble. But at the end of the day, I'm looking at these and I'm saying, okay, so to the defense of whoever's getting all these bids, you're getting a lot of bids. I understand that. The departments get a lot of bids. Purchasing gets a lot of bids. They have a lot of things that they have to go through. I'm looking at this and I'm saying, okay, so how do I know that some of these sheets weren't mixed up? Not intentionally, accidentally. You got a lot of stuff all spread out. This is something, to me, this is like really simple. This isn't something I should have to ask in advance. Who is the vendor on page 21? I don't know. Who's the vendor on page 22? I don't know. This is why I have to ask these questions. So you are 100% confident that all of these pages belong to the indicated vendor before it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Are there any questions from members of the public? Please identify yourself for the record.
Rob
And
Cody,
once
Ward 7.
again, Mr. Cody, once again, please keep the comments to the bid. Thank you.
Sure. So relative to this bid, when you go on the bid sheets, from page 23 all the way down to page 37 or 38, the only company that gave anything itemized was Tasca. Everything else is blank. So, look, I understand Christie has a Herculean task, and I think she does a really good job, right? But the problem is, in 2026, we're sending out stuff that we're sending back with pencil and paper and eraser marks, and this is not any type of electronic transmission where you send this to the vendor and the vendor enters it and sends it back to you, right? So what are we doing? Are we doing this by mail? We send it out to them, they fill it out, and what does it say? No bid, no bid, no bid for 30 pages. No bid, no bid, no bid, and then you got 10 items that Tasca actually gave a bid and gave their percentage discount. So how do you reasonably come up with a number of $836,000 when out of everybody that you asked to give us a quote on a thermostat, you have no bid? And the taxpayer is supposed to accept this as like, you know, what is this, 1930, right? You're handing it to the mailman's delivering it to Tasca, Tasca fills it out, then they got eraser marks, and then they mail it back. This is something that should be done in a matter of seconds, where it's transmitted electronically, they enter it from their inventory system, and you receive it, and you got a hard copy, and then there's no questions. Then you don't have guys like me and Cushman wasting our time coming out here and explaining how antiquated the city of Warwick is. We don't want to do this, but this is ridiculous. And this is millions and millions of dollars every year. And what happens? The only guy that asks questions, we're going to remove him so we can rubber stamp everything. It's sickening.
Robert Cushman. I'm going to keep this brief. I actually feel bad that Christie has to go through this with antiquated systems. I'm an IT guy, business analyst. I should be able to, if I was a purchasing guy, to say to the purchasing department, I want a spreadsheet that shows every single line item that's being bid as part of this bid package. I want to be able to see across the top every single vendor that's bidding on it and the price. And at the end, it should all add up to 800 and whatever, 60-something thousand. I just looked at that document. That document is a disgrace, and it's not her fault. Someone better get together with the purchasing department and get us into the freaking 21st century, because this is a disgrace the way we're doing things in the city of Warwick. And it's not her fault. The fact of the matter is that we should have systems in place where you don't have handwritten documents. We saw what happened years ago with the fire department with sick time sheets and all that, with pencil and paper. This city council needs to get on
Mr.
board
Cushman.
and get us into the 21st century.
Thank you. Okay. We have still a fair amount of stuff to get through. I want to get us through the Finance Committee so we can get to the floor and get to the other business at hand. So just work with me on this, if you would, please. My concern with the lack of identification on these bids is if I were a bidder bidding on this, I wouldn't be too happy that other people are getting bids when it's not being identified. But I will, out of respect for Christie, accept what she said, that she has identified and categorized all of these bids to the position papers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions from members of the public on 2026-301A? If none, we are moving on to 2026-301B. That is original equipment parts for various vehicles. It's just an extension of the $836,600. Christie, please. That's on page 49, by the way.
Public Works is requesting 56.6 for the OEM parts, which are the original equipment parts for various vehicles, which basically includes every vehicle and piece of equipment in our fleet, including, fire and all the others that were listed earlier, department-wise, that we're responsible for maintaining. This request is a 56.6, and I think, Mr. Cushman, this will probably answer your question, because these vendors can only provide the manufacturing brand so this is not something that we can't go to Peterbilt and say, I need Mack brakes. Peterbilt can only provide Peterbilt, Mack can only provide Mack. So that's how this bid works. So that's why you saw a lot of no bid on the previous one as well, because Tasca can only bid on Ford and Chevrolet. So that's what they did, just to clear up any confusion. So we are requesting to essentially add these vendors to the bid. So this would be part B of the last one. And just to point out as well that all three bids now, the 2026-295, 2026-301A and B, all share the same cap of $836,600. It is not individual caps of $836,000. They will all draw from the same cap. So regardless of what vendor we utilize that's approved, they all spend, the money is all spent from the same pot, basically. And I just wanted to make that clear so no one thinks that we're asking for, well over $1 million.
Christie, these vendors, and I'll be honest with you, I have not added them all up, but were these vendors, were they all sent a request to bid?
Yes.
Whether it electronically or the mail or whatever. So every one of them was sent a request, right?
Yeah.
And every one of them chose not to bid, which drives me up a wall. And what's been happening, and this has been going on for a long time. These vendors, they don't bid for whatever reason. Oh, we didn't get the bid, we didn't know, we didn't have time, or they just don't want to bid. Because why bother bidding? They're going to give it to us anyways. That troubles me. It troubles me as finance chair. It troubles me as an elected official who represents all the taxpayers. And I'm sure my colleagues have, well, I'm not going to speak for my colleagues, but I would assume they also have concerns with that. So I have a problem with this, and I'm not going to be likely to sign on to this one either, because these companies, they can send in whatever they want for a bid, and you're kind of stuck with it because you need these specific parts for specific vehicles. I understand that. You can't put a Chevrolet part in a Peterbilt. So again, this is nothing that is on you, Christie, but it is on the process. And this type of thing, it just makes no sense to me. At the very least, these vendors, before they are approved to do business with the city of Warwick, they should be at the very least providing you with list prices or some price, net price, whatever price it is, for the most commonly used parts that you have. And we've gone down this road for years. It's not just this year or last year or the year before. It's that you have developed a list over the years of your commonly used parts. Why aren't we making them do that before we just give them a blank check and say, go for it. You send us the bill, and we're going to have to pay for it. Because you have no choice. Once you get the part, you got to pay for it. There's a problem with this type of process where we just add vendors on because they don't want to bid, they're too lazy to bid, they don't have time to bid, they didn't get the bids, but for whatever reason, it's, okay, we're going to add you on to the bid list. I can't go on and support that. Any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Napa.
Christie, without adding on these vendors, would we still be able to fulfill all the purchase needs that we have for the city?
No.
That's all.
Councilman, I'm sorry, could you repeat that question? I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Question was, without adding these vendors on, would we be able to fulfill all of the purchase needs that the city has? I believe her answer was no.
Councilman Napa, I think that's a great question. And Christie, I understand your answer. But that doesn't make it okay with me that we don't hold these vendors to the fire. We don't make them submit something. I understand what Councilman Knapp is saying. I agree with what he said. I agree with what you said. What do you want me to do? You know, we got to have the pots. We have to hold their feet to the fire. They got to stop providing you with prices of some sort. To just let this go carte blanche is ridiculous. Councilman Napa.
If we're using some of these add-on vendors, and forgive me if it's an incorrect term, but I'm just going to call them add-on vendors, do you request quotes from a few of them before you make the purchase, or do you have a reference point, I guess, is the
So
question.
a lot of these vendors are very specific to one brand. Obviously, we have Hurd Auto Mall on there, so we can get Chevy parts from them, but we can also get it from Tasco. So in that case, that would be somewhere where we get prices from both vendors, and then determine, again, it's just like the other analogy I use, where we will go with the lowest price, but then it depends on the vehicle that needs to be repaired. So if it's something that's urgent, if we have to get it from, say, Hurd, if they were more expensive because we need to get this vehicle back out on the road, then that's the avenue we take. But under normal circumstances, we go with the low vendor and wait for the part to come in if that's something that we can do.
Kristen, just one follow-up question to spin off of what Chairman Lattiser was saying. Is there any mechanism for the city to sort of hold these vendors' feet to the fire? Do you have any suggestions as to how we can maybe push them, nudge them a little bit to be a little bit more responsive to your requests?
They have, as Councilman Lattiser asked, and the answer was yes, they were all sent a packet, so to speak. Most of them are done electronically now. If they don't respond, there's not much we can do about that. As far as the 56.6, we could certainly try to get some sort of list out of them. I'm not sure how confident how successful we would be if they didn't submit a bid. But I mean, it's something we can certainly try in the future. But as far as this, like Greenwood Fire, they only fix E1s. You know, we have those. Coastal International is the International. That's half our rescues. We have, you know, Anderson Motors is a Volvo dealer. That's our catch basin truck. So there's a lot of, you know, very specific needs in this list.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Do we have any questions or comments from members of the public? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public? Please identify yourself for the record, and I will, at the risk of being redundant, I will just say, please limit your comments to the bid. You've been here a lot, so you know the drill. Please, go ahead.
Ann Sheridan, Ward 9. So these bids are all original equipment replacement. Have we looked at doing aftermarket replacement? We all buy things and shop discounts. So I just replaced a radio in my car. It's not the manufacturer's radio. It was a different manufacturer, but guaranteed that it works in my car. And I know there are some things that are absolutely positively required, have to be original. But do we need to buy Ford spark plugs for a Ford? I mean, can we just do generic things in a lot of our, and I know we get heavier usage than the norm, but maybe the issue is maybe quality and quantity and prices doesn't really matter. Just curious. Is everything completely original requirement?
Christy?
Original manufacture.
This bid is for items that we cannot do in aftermarket. Yes, we can do aftermarket spark plugs. We can do aftermarket belts. We can do aftermarket headlights in most cases. But this bid is for items that we cannot do aftermarket because they are very specific to whatever brand vehicle it is. You know, we can't get an aftermarket arm for a sanitation vehicle. We can't get we can, you know, probably get aftermarket brake pads for a vehicle, but, you know, I'm trying to think of even a good example. I mean, you know, a fire commander, which basically runs the fire engines, those are probably about $10,000 now. We can't get those aftermarket. That's the type of stuff that we don't buy aftermarket. The other stuff, the generic stuff, the dime a dozen spark plugs and things like that. Yes, we do.
So if I may, you have a separate line item for aftermarket purchases?
That's why we have the other bid, the first one that was discussed. That's all aftermarket.
Okay, I thought everything was, okay, my mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any other comments from members of the public? Sir? Please just identify yourself for the record.
Sure.
And
My name
again,
is Pat
keep the
Ford of the
comments
Coalition
to
Radio
the bid.
Network. I'm here as a reporter, but I can't help but listen to this. This is more planting food for thought. I spent just a hair under 20 years of my life as a fleet salesman selling Ford motor
Sir,
products.
excuse me, I need to interrupt you. Please keep the comments to this particular
Oh, this is
bid.
ultimately germane to this.
I'm sorry?
This is completely germane to this. I have to ask the question, as someone who spent 20 years of his life being on the other side of that young lady, why is the town of Warwick, city of Warwick, excuse me, engaged in this type of fleet maintenance, in this type of bare bones management for so many different vehicles? Number one, you should research standardizing vehicles on a handful of types. Number two, you should be comparing these prices to outsourced fleet management. Sure, a handful of things might be more expensive, but I'm looking at the city of Warwick literally on the verge of a collective nervous breakdown because you're trying to do things that, quite frankly, it appears that you neither have the skills nor the resources. From what I can tell, I know the words, I know the language. She's doing a great job. You just shouldn't be in the automobile business. In fact, most municipalities in the state shouldn't be in any sort of these businesses. They should look for efficient ways to outsource it. And otherwise, next year, we're going to be right back here doing the same things. It doesn't matter whether you automate it or not. You're not in the car business. Get out of the car business. You can cut labor costs. You can cut administrative costs, give up a little bit in terms of pricing, and actually have a whole hell of a lot more efficient operation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from members of the public? Hearing none, we're going to move on to the last, no, we have two more items, and let's see what we have left for time. 2026-288, large diameter clamps, found on page 51. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from, I'm sorry, Councilman Rich. I don't have any questions at this time, but maybe I will. Go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, I just need to request a PCR to recuse on this item as well as the next item, number 287. Thank you.
I'm sorry, on this item and the next item? Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Madam Clerk, may I have a PCR for 2026-288? 726? Thank you. Any questions from members of the public on, Councilman Ricks, are you all set? Okay. Any questions from members of the public on what is now PCR 7-26?
So Rob Cody, Ward 7. So here's a perfect example, right? So on all these water department pots, you have these vendors. So if you sent them out a list, they bid on it, right? But here's the problem. It's so antiquated. So you don't know who you're getting the best price from, because this should be in an Excel spreadsheet. So at the bottom, it totals out the company's total bid, right? So now what has to happen is Christie or somebody else has to go through every single line item, and we're going to compare who sent us the 4x12-inch saddle from 5 different vendors. Okay, let's see who gave us the best price on that, all right? This should be electronic. Again, we're in the 1930s here. When all this is tabulated out, and a lot of it is done in pencil, if this is done on an Excel spreadsheet, bang, in 1 second, there it is. There's all your totals. You can ask as many questions as you want because all your data is there. And guess what? If now all of a sudden their discount rate changes from 40% to 35%, you change it in the column and everything changes. All your values change and you can see it in a flash, right? So we can't see this. As it is right here, I don't know what the total is that Prescott bid. TI Sales LLC, we don't know what their total bid was. We have to sit there as members of the general public with a calculator and go through everything because why? Because the system is so antiquated, we don't trust you. And I don't think anybody gets that. So people like Cushman and myself and other people, we have to waste our time, go back to do checks and balances because we've come before you so many times and seen so many mathematical errors that we have to waste our time to go through this when if it was in a format, you know, let's say in the 1960s would be a step up. If it's in a spreadsheet, bang, you click of the mouse and you have all the information that you need. But we still can't even get that. This city needs to take a step up into the 20th century.
That's pertaining to this bid, correct?
Of course it does. It pertains to the bid because, Mr. Lattisaw, look on page 65, right, which would be page 71 on the spreadsheet. Tell me what the total is that TI Sales bid. What's the total? Tell me what it is by looking at that document. Do you know what it is?
I'm quick with numbers, but not that quick.
Right.
Got it.
So we don't know. Nobody here knows what they bid. So you cannot do a comparative analysis between what these 5 vendors bid, right? And so you have to go at each item, line by line. It's a Herculean task. Christie shouldn't have to do that. Members of the water department shouldn't have to do that. This should all be done electronically. There's nowhere, anywhere on the planet that does things like this. In 2026 with pencil and paper, it's an embarrassment and it needs to change.
Thank you. Hopefully it's something that we can move forward on. We only have a few minutes left. 2026-287, pipe fittings and valves. Madam Clerk, I need a PCR on that one. PCR 826.
Mr. Chairman, On the prior item, would the committee make a recommendation?
Excuse me?
The prior item was assigned to PCR. Would
Right. Oh, got it. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we need a motion on PCR 7-26.
Second.
We have a motion for favorable, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. Last item, over 50,000, 2026, 287. It is PCR 8-26. Councilman Ricks is going to be recusing on that. Do we have, that's found on page 69, by the way. Any questions from members of the committee? Hearing none. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Okay, hearing none, I need a motion on PCR. I'm sorry, excuse me. Director, did you have anything you wanted to comment on or add on to this? This is your item, right?
No, thank you.
Okay, you're all set? Okay.
Favorable action.
We have a motion favorable. We have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So, to the solicitor / and/or council president, the remaining items that we have are under the 50,000. I would suggest that we make a motion to move this entire package to the floor. Outside of the PCRs, move them to the floor without a recommendation.
yes, and you can take further public comment on
Correct.
on the items that have not
Absolutely.
been addressed. Should there be
Okay.
questions later?
Okay, so we can get down to the other items that we're all here for. I'm going to entertain a motion to move the two items that have been taken out, as well as the other items, to the floor without a recommendation. What that means is, when we come back to the committee, the finance committee anyways, all members of the public, you'll have, an opportunity to comment on these other items, and as we will. So I need a motion to move this to the floor without a recommendation.
Motion to move to the floor without a recommendation. Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Thank you all very much. And it is 6:23. The Finance Committee is adjourned. And Mr. President, I
Chairman?
turn the meeting over to you.
Chairman,
Sir.
there are two other items: the abatements
you're right.
and
You're right.
the other bid. If the committee could make similar recommendations.
Okay, let's just get to those. We have abatements. Do we have any questions regarding the abatements? Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Director, tell us about your abatements.
Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. This month, we have $28,424.58 in front of you for abatements. About a third of those are tax appeals that were granted based on data corrections, and the rest were personal tax exemptions that the people qualified for.
Okay, so nothing, of the unusual, and I know I've gone through them. There's nothing of significance. As you say, most of them appear to be, just the regular abatements that people are qualified for, and for whatever reason,
Yeah,
may
for
not
tax
have applied
appeals,
for. Okay,
it's mainly items where we didn't get in the house before. Now they allowed an inspection. We
Got
reduced
it.
the assessment.
got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Here. Do we have any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Hearing none, I need a motion on the abatements. I'm looking for a motion to move to the floor without a recommendation. No, we'll do that. We'll do it. Let's do
Move
it.
favorable action.
Okay, we have a motion for favorable action. We have a second.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We have, I think that's it. Excuse me. Okay, so we're on, I believe it's the last item in finance for me. And this item is PCR 141-25. This was held at the previous meeting by the Finance Committee. There was several questions that were asked. There were no answers received. It was held by the Finance Committee, rightfully so. And I know a couple of us submitted questions to the Chief of Staff that were directed to the Department of, the Water Department. I have received my answers from the Chief of Staff to all my questions. I don't have any further questions on those. Any members of the council, the committee have any? Councilman Muto.
I just want to make a comment. The follow-up document for those questions was excellent.
Thank you.
That is the type of information, knowing what the inventory is, what you're going to use it for, is spot on. So I appreciate the work and the effort in getting that information to us.
Thank you. Director, I'm going to expound on that for a minute because Councilman Muto is spot on. That is a perfect example. If we receive those things ahead of time, guess what? You don't have to hear me asking all these questions. We don't need to take all this time. But every question is relevant. There's no irrelevant question. That is what I have been striving for. Provide us with the answers, provide us with the blueprints, give us everything we need so that we can intelligently and responsibly and accountability to the taxpayers, the folks who are paying the bills, so we don't have to sit here for 2 or 3 hours asking the questions. These questions should be given to us right out of the gate. Thank you.
I need a Chairman, I'd like to respond to that.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. With no disrespect, I'd like to respond to that. But it would be more efficient, you get your binders on Wednesday, to ask those questions before you get here, and they would have been prepared. We've asked you about that before, and we would give you all the answers, but we didn't know what your questions are going to be. We don't have a crystal ball. It was a terrible presentation.
No, please, excuse me. I will address the mayor. He's addressing me directly. I will address him. I appreciate everything that you would like to do, but work with me. Go ahead, Mayor.
No, it's just that we would answer any questions. We didn't know what the questions were going to be. And I agree, it was a horrible presentation. Terrible presentation.
So why do you allow it?
You get your binders on Wednesday. We didn't know what the questions were going to be. It was a simple matter of giving us a call or an email, and you would have had all the answers.
Mr. Picozzi, Mayor, with all due respect to you, and I mean this sincerely, when the taxpayers are paying $80,000, $90,000, $100,000 a year to directors, this councilman expects them to have the answers. I've been telling everybody that for years. Thank you. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman,
Mayor, with all
last
due- no,
January-
Mayor, excuse me, I listened to you, okay? So with all due respect, these simple questions, I'm not asking people military secret questions. I'm asking them simple questions like, what do you have? What do you need? What do you want? Why do you want it? These are questions that your department heads should have right. And by the way, let me add, with all due respect to the department heads, the majority of them do. I don't have many issues with most of the department heads, but when you come before me and the answers are not there for simple questions that you should have, I am not going to come in the back door, ask questions in the back. And why? Because of what I've been saying for 5 or 6 years. I want the members of the public to know the questions I ask, and I want them to know the questions I receive. Now, you perhaps don't agree with that, and that's fine. We have this right to disagree.
Not at all, Councilman.
But as far as the questions go, when they're paying that kind of money, I expect the department heads to know them. Even better, have those department heads get us the information ahead of time. Then you don't have to sit here and listen to me with this big diatribe that I don't particularly enjoy doing.
Chairman, we do give it to you ahead of time.
Thank you.
We had a discussion when you became finance chair last January, and you agreed with me that the questions should be asked earlier. If we give you the information, it's not always the same. It's not always correct. It's not always all there. a simple phone call, a simple email, and you can still ask the questions here. You can still ask them here on the floor. I'm not going to keep going back and forth, but
Mayor, you're absolutely correct. On January 15th, 2025 at 10 a.m., I met with yourself, I met with the finance, with the chief of staff, with the council president, and there may have been one or two other folks there. Here's the list of questions that I presented then. I presented them 2 other times since then. These are simple, basic questions that everybody should have. We agreed that those questions would be answered. Well, they haven't all been answered. And I haven't been asking questions outside of this list on the floor that are military secrets. So
but
I've given
as I
the
said, if you
list.
needed
I've
additional
given the list.
information, if you needed additional information, you could have asked before you got here. I
No.
agree with you, it was a horrible presentation.
No, simple questions.
No, you do
Simple-
hear it, because I said he can still ask them at the council meeting.
So, no, excuse me. Believe me, that's not going to help. Excuse me, please. I'm asking you again to just work with me on this. We need to be respectful. Just because I get a little heated doesn't mean everybody's going to get a little heated, okay? Mayor, you're right.
And the
We don't need to
chairman,
go- we
the
don't need-
chairman and I argue all the time, we're friends. But I don't
That
agree
is
with.
true.
I don't
And
agree
you
with
see
waiting
where-
until you
where
get
that
here.
gets me.
Because
Thank you.
other councilmen do call before we get here. And then you can still ask the same questions here. And I
Mayor,
agree with you, it was
Mayor,
probably the worst performance I've ever
See,
seen.
I look
here.
at it differently. I think if the department heads have a concern about something, or they think that I'm going to have a problem, a lot of these department heads have been working with me now for 13 years. Those are the department heads that I don't have any problems with for the most part. They know the questions I'm going to ask. They know what Lattiser is looking for. So I'm supposed to pick up the phone and start calling all different department heads to say, okay, what about this? What about that? No,
Chairman,
I'm not doing it.
Excuse me. You're not allowed to do that anymore. You can't talk to department heads anymore.
Say what?
You can't talk with department heads anymore.
Yes, you can, about any budgetary council,
Yeah, well,
Mr. Muto.
Councilman Muto, that's a good point.
That is a good
That's a
point.
good point.
No,
That's
it's not a good
I forgot.
point.
Everything's
No,
gonna
it's,
be done
it's,
right.
it's a
Thank you.
completely wrong point.
Okay.
Many
Thank-
councilmen talk on council matters.
Thank you, Mayor.
What you can't
I-
do, Mr. Muto, is try to get potholes fixed by going around the system.
No, that's true. But I can also assure everyone that this guy ain't changing. Thank you. Yes, what else do we got? Okay, we need a vote on
I make a
PCR
motion.
14125.
Make a motion for favorable action.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second by Councilman
Mr. Chairman.
Muto. Any,
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
yes.
If the motion is to take a formal action, we need to take comment, or if we're going to take comment later, we can move it to the floor.
Yeah, we're gonna, say what? Yeah, we already did. We've already asked for people
So,
to comment on this.
So Councilman Foley's
And-
motion is to send it to the floor with no recommendation, and we'll
No,
take.
we're voting favorable action.
Okay,
The
then
committee
please
didn't
ask the
have any
public for input.
questions, the council didn't have any questions, members of the public didn't have any questions. I got the answers to what I wanted. The last meeting, the other council people got the answers that they wanted. The director didn't have anything to add. Why do we need to go back through this all over again on the floor? No, we have a motion, we have a second, we voted yes, it's done.
Please just
We didn't
ask
do the
for the
vote.
public.
Oh, okay. So that's what happens when you get me fired up. Do we have any comments or questions from members of the public? Do we have any questions from members of the public? Hearing none?
Move favorable action.
Thank you, Councilman. Second. We have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion, members of the committee? Hearing none? I need a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you. Finance Committee is adjourned at 6:35. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. And we'll be talking to you all again soon.
Would the Public Safety Committee please come to order?
All righty. Public Safety Committee is in session at 6:35. Items.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I need a motion to accept the minutes of the committee for December 1st. Yep,
It's on December 1st?
yep. Oh, hold on. Wrong committee. October 6th. Need a motion to accept the minutes for October 6th.
Make a motion to approve?
What is he looking at?
All in favor?
Aye.
Actually, hold on. We had 2 absents. We had Lattiser absent and Rick's absent, so the only 2 that can vote is you and I.
Wait a minute. On October 8th?
October 6th. You're marked absent.
To clarify, I believe that this is concerning December 15th, not October 6th.
Yeah.
December
Yeah.
15th?
Oh,
there we go. My apologies, December
two,
15th.
2 meetings in 13 years, Chairman.
There you go. All right, I'll correct it. So for the meetings, I need an approval for the meeting minutes for December 15th, 2025. Quiet, please, quiet. So it's just he and I, right? Yep. So you and I can only vote. All right. So do I hear a motion?
Make a motion to approve it?
Yes. I second. All in favor? Aye.
Yes.
Abstain.
Abstain.
2-0 abstain. Abstain. All right. We have one item on the agenda. It is a claim. Let's get it. I only had one, right? Oh, the traffic study. Oh, okay. We have 2. So we have one PCR 3-26, a resolution relative to traffic studies. I'd like a motion to move to the floor with no recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4-0. I have a second PCR-626, a resolution relative to Christopher Motors claim. I'd like a motion to move to the floor without recommendation.
Move to the floor
So
without
moved.
recommendation.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Public safety is adjourned at 6:40.
Would the intergovernmental committee please convene?
Thank you, gentlemen. How we doing? You know.
Good evening. Time is now 6:40. Intergovernmental comes to order. First up, acceptance of the minutes from December 15th. Do I have a motion?
Motion move favorable action.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. So we're gonna follow the same process that the previous committees did. So we're just gonna take up each one of these items. We will move them to the floor without recommendation, so we can get on with the council meeting. First up is a appointment to the Historic District Commission, Ginny Leslie, reappointment. Looking for a motion to move to the floor without recommendation.
Motion to move to the floor without recommendation. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next up, George Schuster, same commission, looking for the same motion.
Motion to move to the floor without recommendation. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, item number 1, PCR 9325, resolution amending the rules of the Warwick City Council for the 2025-2026 term. Looking for the same motion here.
Motion to move to the floor without recommendation. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. PCR 5325, resolution establishing a financial oversight commission.
We are actually holding that and reintroducing it as an ordinance, so we're going to pull that.
Hold or withdraw?
Let's withdraw.
Withdraw. Motion to withdraw.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And PCR 5-26, resolution establishing a commission to review and make recommendations regarding modernization, sustainability, economic development potential of the city's athletic and recreational facilities and infrastructure. Looking for a similar motion.
No, we're going to move to the floor with a no recommendation.
Okay, excellent.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And at 6:42, intergovernmental is adjourned.
Doing land use.
At this point in time, we've concluded 3 of the 5 committees. The others are not implicated with potential changes, so we can take those up later. At this time, we're going to prepare for the full council to convene for the evening's business.
Bills?
There's no public comment tonight.
All right, the full council will convene at 6:43 PM. Clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi? Here. Mr. DeLuise? Here. Mr. Foley? Here. Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Kirby?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. Muto?
Here.
Mr. Napa?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
9 present.
If Councilman Foley can please lead us in the salute to the flag.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose bright stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, above bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, first things first, general communications. announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. Any council members have anything for general communications? Councilman Muto.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer a moment of silence to Guy Gravino Jr. He passed away right before Christmas. He's a lifelong resident of Warwick. Guy was a fighter. He was a 4-time Golden Globe boxing champion, and he worked at the Iggy's Doughboy and Chowder House with his family. And for those that didn't know, he's the one that created the white chowder recipe for Iggy's. So if you've enjoyed the white chowder, it is he that created it. So a moment of silence, please.
Please have a moment of silence. All right, Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to be the first to wish our council solicitor, Mr. Walsh, a happy birthday. All these people are here to sing to them.
I feel like we should apologize to him. All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, next we have executive communications. So as it states on here, Council President Sanapi, reorganization of council committees. I don't need to restate the communication that already went out and was published. So we'll just keep it simple at this time. The opportunity for anybody to invoke Rule 1, should they so choose.
I so invoke.
Councilman Ricks.
I so invoke and object.
I second.
Just that, I didn't hear part of it, I'm sorry.
Formally objecting to the reorganization of committees.
Got it.
Second.
So Councilman Lattiser, you had something?
Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would request through the chair to our council solicitor, please, under parliamentary inquiry, explain the process for everyone, not just for the members of the public, but also for those of us in the elected positions, so everyone is crystal clear on what's going to take place, especially my colleagues. If you have any question that may not be clear about what's going to go on or happen, please turn that light on and fire away. Mr. Solicitor?
Thank you, Councilman. On the parliamentary inquiry, you've requested that I outline the rules that have us here and the procedures that would follow. We're here under an executive communication that was posted to the agenda and published online as well. And it outlines that a reorganization plan would take place with specific changes to 3 different committees, and that the rules that we're here are under Rule 1, 5, 9 of the council rules and Robert's Rules of Order 1323. Under those collective provisions, the council president is the appointing authority for the standing committees of which the reorganization proposes to change. Including in that authority is the power to remove and replace committee members subject to an appeal. I will go briefly through some of the provisions, but under the city charter, the council passes a resolution to conduct its business and set the order of business. That was effectuated by this body on January 13th with passage of what is now R25-1. It was subsequently amended in July, but those changes don't have any bearing on the proceedings here or the rules that are being addressed at this time. So under Council Rule 1, the president does decide all questions and points of order subject to an appeal by any one member and pursuant to the rules of the council and the rules of Robert's Rules of Order. Effectively, our enacted resolution is the guiding document, and Robert's Rules of Order supplements where it doesn't conflict. So our council rules that we've passed take priority, and Robert's rules gap fills other provisions. Under Rule 5, the president is the appointing authority of the standing committees. He's named 4 members to each, including the chairs and vice chairs. And under Council Rule 9, you also have powers to fill vacancies for designated reasons as well. Under Robert's Rules 1323, the power appoint includes the power to fill any vacancy. It provides further that, quote, unless the bylaws or governing rules provide otherwise, the appointing authority has the power to remove or replace members of the committee. If a single person, such as the president, has the power of appointment, he has the power to remove or replace a member so appointed. So that's the structural rules that we're here under. This was all discussed as part of a rule change in January at the January 13th meeting when we adopted what was then known as PCR 125, that was sub A because it was amended at that meeting. In prior terms of the council, Rule 5 specifically had a provision in it that effectively made clear that when appointed to a committee, you served for the full term. That provision was changed in the adopted rules that this body unanimously approved it at the January 13th meeting. So that is the kind of the difference that was made. And now under the powers so provided in the rules, we're appropriately here as the council president has filed the executive action. This action is subject to an appeal, and it only requires 1 member of the body to appeal. And in following Robert's Rules of Order 24.3, the appeal of the decision of the president is debatable by the members of the council, but it is not amendable. The question is on sustaining the decision of the president, and which changes the committee membership. If a majority of the council vote to approve, or if the vote is tied, the decision of the president is sustained, and the changes of the committee membership would proceed. If a majority of the council votes against the decision of the president, the appeal prevails, and the committee reorganization will be vacated. So that is the rule basis and the procedural guidelines for how we're here tonight.
Point of order.
Please state your point of order.
Point of order. I believe there was a rolling quorum may have occurred regarding this matter. I request the chair ruling on whether proceedings would violate the Open Meetings Act.
Please effectuate your rationale for the rolling quorum.
So the rolling quorum is, once this was posted, a majority of the council were made aware of it and possibly discussed it before it came to the public vote.
The mere possibility isn't sufficient for finding that.
Please, one more time.
A speculation is not sufficient, I think, in challenging that.
No, it's not a speculation, so I'll move that each council member states for the record whether they participated in any conversations, emails, texts, communications with any other member regarding this member prior to the meeting. Furthermore, I move to postpone this item indefinitely until the Attorney General can determine whether a rolling quorum occurred.
second.
Excuse me. I have several more actions.
You made a motion, right?
I need a motion.
I'll second the motion. Mr. Solicitor, I seconded Councilman Muto's motion.
So the open meetings issue is more. Without the open meetings issue is more appropriately articulated or challenged with the Attorney General's office. If there's evidence of such, that would be challenged in that manner. Absent presentation of evidence, it seems like it would be out of order.
Got to vote on it.
I would suggest without a stronger presentation of evidence, it would appear to be out of order at this time. That is a question for raising with the Attorney General's open meetings office. Just please maintain order.
So we're going to take
Please,
a brief recess so
everyone.
people can calm down.
Please.
Then
I
we'll
want to
come
get
back.
through this too.
Then
And we
we'll-
want to get through it correctly. Thank you.
We're going to take a brief recess so people can calm down. So people can calm down. As a reminder, I have to maintain decorum. Obviously, decorum's not happening right now, given that you're shouting down the solicitor, Councilman Lattiser, myself, and Councilman Muto. We actually want to address the business before us. Please let us. We're going to take a brief recess, do a nice reset. I assume you'll all still be here, which is fine, but everyone needs to maintain decorum. Thank you.
Recess. Mr. President, 2 minutes. Thank you.
An interesting issue for the solicitor, and he had to ponder it. So, solicitor, have at it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Muto has raised a point of order about a potential open meetings violation due to a rolling quorum. The Open Meetings Act applies whenever a quorum of a public body convenes for a meeting. When all three elements are present, it's a public body meets, which is the convening of a public body to discuss and or act upon a matter over which the public body has supervision, control, jurisdiction, or advisory power. And a quorum is defined as a simple majority of the membership of the body. A walking or rolling quorum may be created where a majority of members of a public body attain a quorum by a series of one-on-one conversations or interactions. It's an interesting legal question here because the underlying matter that's posted on the agenda is an executive action by the council president that's available under the rules. Such action was noticed in conformance with with the Open Meetings Act. And given that that is an executive function, it raises the question of whether OMA, the Open Meetings Act, applies to that action itself. The appeal raises the counter question to that is if OMA applies because the appeal is something that the body has the power to overturn. And so it's an interesting gray area between whether that raises the question of the application of the Open Meetings Act at this time. So the great legal answer of it's unclear is something that all of you have to consider as you discuss, debate, or take any action this evening. It doesn't change the fact that Open Meetings Act questions have now been presented and are likely going to be reviewed regardless of what action potentially would be taken.
So point of order, since it is a gray area, I will make a motion. I want to move to make a motion that this item of executive session or executive privilege is held until the Attorney General can determine whether it's a rolling quorum has occurred.
Second.
All right, so discussion. Is that for you for discussion, or you left it on?
We have a motion, we have a second. You mean discussion on the motion?
Yeah.
No, I seconded his motion.
All right, so Councilman Ricks.
Just to clarify for the record, specifically, the motion would be a matter of holding the executive action of the reorganization of the committees, not a motion to hold the appeal, correct?
Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, thank you. Just in case the mics didn't pick that up, Councilman Muto has affirmed. No further questions.
So I think under Robert's rules, the item is not amendable, so that I think it needs to be postponing the appeal vote. And therefore, but that puts this in the reverse too.
Yeah, that stops it.
You guys have fun?
Could have been avoided.
The action is allowable under the rules. The appeal is what we're on the baseline of, and a point of order then raised thereunder. The question on if you're appealing the right, we're stuck in a quandary here of what one would allow something to occur and the other wouldn't. So you're seeking to postpone, but the action has been taken. So I would suggest that that's probably not the order. I would think he would need to do.
All right, so yeah, it's a weird situation. So the problem is the decision already happened, and that this is basically appealing the decision. So you can't postpone what already occurred. So all that's before us as far as what would be held is that you'd be holding the appeal, which I assume. Well, I shouldn't assume. That might be your preference, in which case, fine. But I don't know.
On the mic.
The motion was to suspend the executive action of reorganization until the Attorney General can rule on an open meetings violation.
So I understand that.
You would rule that out of order because your action is your action.
So again, that action already took place, so your motion's out of order. If you'd like to overrule, or rather hold the appeal, you can do that, but you can't move to suspend what already occurred.
So the council president has ruled your motion to postpone the action out of order because the action was an executive function that has already occurred. You can appeal that. So
if that's the case, I will have a motion to appeal the president's decision on overruling the action. Yes.
Second.
Okay, and that makes sense, right?
So just for clarity's sake, the question is now on sustaining the council president's ruling that Councilman Muto's action is out of order. Is there any questions? Any questions from the membership on sustaining the council president's decision ruling Councilman Muto's motion out of order? A yes vote sides with council president. A no vote would side with Councilman Muto.
So point of clarification would be this round of voting is a yes to this motion means that they agree with my motion to overrule the president.
The question is on, is the council president correct in ruling your motion out of order?
So what does a yes mean? Yes means that
A yes vote says that the council president's decision ruling your motion out of order is proper. A no sides with you.
okay. So a no vote means that we agree with the president.
No.
No. The no vote means we disagree with the president.
Correct.
All right.
Is there
Any clarification?
We have some lights.
Yeah, so are the lights for discussion or questions on what the heck's going on? All right, question on what, Councilman Gebhardt.
Repeat that the last part. A yes. So
I need everyone on their mics, please. Thank you.
So the question is, for clarification, is when we go to vote on this motion, the motion to agree with the executive motion. So an overrule would be a yes. If we wanted to agree with Anthony, the president, it's a yes. If you do not agree with his powers, it's a no.
Just a point of clarification. We are not on the original appeal about his action. We are now at a higher level of procedural football that is questioning Councilman Muto's efforts to postpone an action that was allowable under the rules. And he was ruled out of order, that the action was an executive function per the president, that he has moved forward. And Councilman Muto has challenged that. So we are on appealing appealing the chair's decision that ruled Councilman Muto out of order on his motion. A yes vote is saying that under the rules, he had executive authority to do such, and therefore you can't undo this in such manner. A no vote is, we don't care, we disagree with that.
Let me say it back. So this is challenging whether or not the council president had the authority to change this.
No, this vote is on whether or not the motion to postpone is allowable or not. A yes vote knocks it out. A no vote brings it in.
Question or discussion, Councilman Lattiser?
Well, this probably isn't going to sit well, but
all right, I got
it would be a whole lot simpler and make sense to withdraw this action altogether.
Question or discussion, because we're doing questions first. So, question, Councilman Ricks.
Yes. So, a question for the City Council solicitor. This is an area where really we are interpreting the City Council rules, looking at Robert's rules, and just with an understanding of exactly when actions occur and actions take effect, and that's the basis of this discussion right now, correct?
We are interpreting, right now the council is being asked to decide whether or not the an action that was allowable and executed under the rules is changeable or postponable, or essentially undoing it or delaying it until an event that occurs later.
And so what I'm getting at is that really this is a city council matter, and generally speaking, the city council has the authority to decide its own rules by a simple majority, right?
If the majority were to vote with Councilman Muto, that would establish that as the baseline that you wish to proceed with.
Okay, I just want to make clear here that we're not talking about physical laws of the universe and bending time and space, cause and effect. It's a matter of the city council is determining when an action by the city council, specifically by the city council president, takes effect. So that's all. Thank you.
The problem, so folks understand the distinction with the current current appeal before us and the underlying appeal. The way the appeal was originally spelled out is the underlying action could be stopped by majority vote of the body. We are now at a question of, are we stopping that action or not? Or whether or not we have the authority to do such, and or you think you do, in order to. So how that vote impacts could still allow something to follow that may be disagreed with, I guess, is the quandary. More discussion.
Councilman Foley, and then, again, this is questions for the solicitor, right?
Yes.
All right.
It's a question. Is it possible to, if Councilman Muto were to withdraw his most recent motion? I cannot hear you unless you speak into the mic. Okay. I'm just asking for common courtesy. If Mr. Ricks were then to withdraw his motion, we would then be back to the original piece of executive action by the president. At that time, if those two withdrawals took place, at that time, could Mr. Muto then enter his motion to hold until we get a ruling from the Attorney General? If that's, isn't that the cleanest way to go, as opposed to being voting on three different actions?
So we're in the same boat, unfortunately, at that we are right now if we do it that way. Well, that's not fair. It's slightly cleaner, but it's still the same overall boat, because my stance is it's an executive action. It's already done. The point of this process and the way we did it was to allow for someone to appeal it. That's all. And so the appeal was made, and then the request to hold the action was made. But again, from my position, the action already happened. And what's before us is, what would have been before us is the appeal regarding said action. Instead, now we have the appeal regarding me saying that the action had already taken place, thus preventing suspension of said already happened action. Of course.
You work off of Mr. Muto's most recent motion, which is to hold pending a decision by the Attorney General. That stops what we're doing tonight, where it is.
So from what we discussed, if we go with his motion to hold as it currently stands, all it would do is stop the appeal, which is not what he wants. He wants to stop the action itself. And that request has been ruled out of order because, again, said action took place. And he appealed the said ruling of it being out of order. Councilman Napa, and again, same question for everybody else. Question, not discussion?
So I think maybe I'm misunderstanding order of events here. I think, in my mind, what would be on the table for a vote now would be Councilman Muto's invocation of Rule 1 to overrule your decision that declared him out of order. So a yes would indicate that we would agree with Councilman Muto's.
No.
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 Counterintuitive.
No.
The whole thing's counterintuitive, but okay. So a no. So the first thing that we're voting on right now is Councilman Muto wants to shoot down Council President's determination.
Right, it's
that
a
he was out of
question
order.
on his authority effectively to do it. He has, the council president has ruled Councilman Muto's point of order, or a subsidiary motion related to that, out of order. He has appealed that. The question is whether you, as a body, believe that the rules as laid out is an executive function that can be challenged or not. If you believe that that action has not taken place and or is intervenable at this time, you would vote no in where that would be with Councilman Muto's appeal. If you believe that this is an executive function under the rules that has occurred and can't be undone, you would vote yes, and that is the recommendation of the council president, that you sustain his ruling of the chair.
Cannot be undone, right? Is that what you said?
That it has occurred and can't be intervened with, other than the original appeal, which we would get back to after whatever happens on this vote anyway.
So no is with Muto, yes is with Council President on the out of order ruling relative to Council.
Right, it's on the capabilities of even stopping it at this time, effectively.
Okay.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
So explain to us what's going to happen either way. If there's a yes, what happens next? If there's a no, what happens next?
So the question is on the president's, is appealing his decision. We are asking, are we sustaining his decision or not? If you vote yes, and the majority of you vote yes, then it reaffirms that that power can't be stopped at this time, and the next step would be back to the underlying vote on the appeal. If the body, the majority of which were to prevail on the appeal, the higher appeal of the process, then we'd be stopped in our tracks, effectively pending other actions.
Did you have a follow-up? I wanted to wait to give you the chance. All right. Councilman Gebhardt, again, question or discussion? Fair enough. Does anyone else have any questions for the solicitor? All right, so now we're on the appeal. And by, I mean appeal number 2. You got appeal number 1 by Councilman Ricks, appeal number 2 by Councilman Muto. We're currently on appeal number 2. So, discussion as far as how it works, solicitor?
So on an appeal that the council president opens with an explanation of your decision, any member can weigh in on that appeal. The council president would have the ability to close, and then we'd be done with the appeal question and it would be voted. So.
All right, so do you want to mention the whole no back and forth, all that other? Oh, okay, I apologize. All right, so as far as reasoning goes, I'm pretty sure everyone's already heard it. From my perspective, the action already occurred. This was just a communication that said action happened. The point of it even being on the agenda was simply to allow for a nice and obviously an easy process to appeal. So given that the action already occurred, and frankly, as everyone can see based on how this meeting has gone, this hanging over our heads is not helpful, to put it mildly. This has already been quite the circus as is. So the sooner this gets resolved one way or another, the better. So that being said, So Councilman Gephardt, and then we'll go to, oh, should we, wait, sorry, do we go to Muto first because it's his thing? All right, so Councilman Gephardt then.
Yeah, so I guess on this motion, Barry,
Mr. Cook, can you please shut off the audio on your
can
phone?
you turn it off or go in the hallway? So on this motion, isn't this just a question of fact? Did this something happen already? Because
Yes.
I received a memo, as I think maybe everyone did, dated the 31st of December that describes a change that the council president wished to effectuate. And then we started this meeting with a reiteration of that change. So I think on this particular motion, it's hard to argue that that didn't happen. It feels black and white. But I'm open to someone explaining to me how what seemingly did happen didn't happen. And I'll leave it there.
So Councilman Muto.
So remember, let's focus on one thing at a time. This is a vote that gives the power of the presidency the ability to shut us down as a council. And if we vote yes, we're giving up our rights to challenge future objections of being down. So your vote, think about it this way, is a no vote protects you from your independence of being able to object to the leadership.
Councilman Ricks. Go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, President. Through the President, to address the concern of Councilman Gebhardt. So I understand that on the surface, it might appear to be a simple question of fact, what happened first here. But for starters, the ruling, the executive action did not actually go into effect on December 31st, the day of the memo, but rather it only takes effect at the time, that is the interpretation of the council president, and if I am misinterpreting this, please correct me, but the council president's interpretation of this is that it goes into effect at the time of the meeting, at the time that the executive action is announced. That is this full city council meeting after 6:30. So my position on this is that we as a city council, we make our own rules that govern this body. And so it becomes a matter of how do we as a city council want our rules to function in a circumstance like this? A circumstance that, as far as I'm aware, has certainly not come up in the 9 years that I've been on the city council. And as far as I'm aware, talking to previous members of the council, hasn't come up in many decades or ever, as far as they know. So I think that it really is more of a question of law, a question of the council rules, that in my position, yes, I do believe that the city council should have the power by majority vote to put a hold on an executive action of the council president and effectively be able to hold that item as if that executive action had not actually gone into effect by the mere virtue of it being read out. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
To the council president.
Okay.
And I don't honestly recall. During the inauguration on January 9th, at that time, did you announce the pro temp? No, you didn't, because we voted on that. Did you announce the chairs or the committee members at the inauguration on January 9th? Because my point is, Mr. Solicitor, my point is, if the council president announced those appointments on January 9th, that was under the old Rule 5.
My
Which
recollection
means-
was it didn't occur at that meeting.
Your recollection?
I can double check. My recollection was that the formal appointments took place for the first business meeting but I have to research that
the
quick.
point, so if it did occur, this whole thing is a moot point, because we would be operating under the original rules, because the rules that passed on January 13th didn't say anything about superseding previous rules, didn't say it took effect on January 2nd. It took effect, actually, officially, it didn't take effect until January 16th when the mayor signed it, officially.
Thank you. I've refreshed my recollection of the history of this. At the inaugural meeting on January 7th, where
January 7th it was?
7th, yep. We saw the nomination and appointment of the president. We did not undertake a rules issue at that time. The prior rules by themselves had sunsetted by their ordinance, and no motion to extend or operate thereunder was put in place.
That's not what I said, and it's not the question I asked. The question I asked was, I didn't say anything about the council rules on January 7th. I asked if the council president on January 7th, I know I said the 9th, that's okay, forgive me for a day or two, I probably got confused. But in any event, my question is, were those announcements made, appointments made on January 7th? Because if they were, that would take precedence over, in my opinion, you could rule me wrong, but I would think that Rule 5 was in place at the time, and that said appointments of committees, chairs, stay in effect throughout the term, something thereabouts. The rules or the ordinance, the council rules that were amended didn't say anything about being retroactive. It says, because in the absence of stating that, I would assume that means it takes place.
We can have
on the
another.
vote.
Sorry for interrupting. This is certainly something that you can raise as a potential procedural challenge.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. This sounds like you'd wish
but
to make another appeal.
What I will say is the prior rules by themselves sunsetted. They were in effect for a time period specific that ended with the convening of the new body. At the January 7th meeting, we did not adopt any rules. There was an appointment made for committee chairs at that time, but there were no rules set in place at that time that would have made it such that it would be appointed for said term. It's certainly a gray area. We didn't have rules officially voted at that time, and the prior rules had expired. So that's a question you can raise. However, subsequently at that January 13th meeting, we did adopt the rules for the term, and those rules, as we have seen, as they've already been amended, and there's another item docketing to further amend, those rules are a living document that get updated. There wouldn't be any grandfathering in that way. So I would suggest you can certainly challenge on those merits as well, but I would suggest that it probably wouldn't have the desire, unless interpreted differently, it may not have a different outcome.
So where does it say in the rules or the charter or anywhere else that the council rules sunset on December 31st? Is there specific language to that?
The rules in their own authorizing document, so the last iteration that I had in front of me from the 2023-24 term was PCR 723 sub A, Now therefore be it resolved, the following rules as amended are hereby adopted as the rules of City Council for the ensuing term 2023, 2024. So it does not, well, it's silent in both directions, I would suggest. The implication is those rules sunset as the body changes over and then the body chose its own new rules. So that period in between, it still would be updated by the new rules that were voted in by the body, because that, just as you can change it tonight, you can change it thereafter, assuming other proper postings of things. That's a living set of rules that's amendable per the contents of the resolution.
So it's almost like, is it convenient to do it, or is it not convenient to do it? That's what it appears.
It's, I think it's an interesting question, but it's separate and from the question that we are currently under. It's something you may ponder to do, but I think it's separate from this current conversation.
All right, so again, we are on appeal number 2, specifically the appeal raised by Councilman Muto. Is there anyone else who wished to speak on appeal number 2 raised by Councilman Muto? All right. You reach for it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Councilman DeLuise.
Pardon me, but I'm a little confused. Can we get that explained again? Because
we are on the appeal of Councilman Muto's being ruled out of order. A yes vote is agreeing and sustaining with the president's decision that vote is not appropriate at this time. A no vote says that motion is in order. We would then have to come back to an actual motion should the noes prevail. But a yes vote proceeds back to the underlying appeal. A no vote would send us into a conversation about postponing.
So a yes is for the council president, a no is for Councilman Muto.
Yes.
There you go.
so a no vote would be to possibly hold this to a future time
Yes.
till we get some explanation from the Attorney General, or we get a little more clarification. I just want to understand it myself.
Well,
So it would decide the appeal, the point of order, which that alone wouldn't decide the motion. Then we would next be on the motion itself. So first one, then the other.
So it's a question of whether or not we can proceed to a motion to postpone, whether it's allowed based on the prior discussion that we've had. So a no vote allows for the motion to postpone to proceed. A yes vote backs up the president's decision that it is not in order, and then takes us back to the underlying appeal on the action to reorganize.
So does anyone have any further questions on appeal 2? If you need a moment, just say so. That's fine. I want to make sure. Councilman Kirby.
Yes, I was always brought up, if it's not broke, don't try to fix it.
Wrong topic, Councilman Kirby, but I know what you mean.
I know, we just should forget about this and get on with the rest of the council meeting, because it's not working.
So does anyone else have anything further to say or discuss on appeal number 2, the one by Councilman Muto? Okay, so that being the case, I'll just close by pointing out that similar to the announcements of appointments, this reflects an action that already took place. As Councilman Gebhardt pointed out, this is more just a question of fact. If you look at the legal memo prepared by Solicitor Walsh, or more specifically the notice in the executive communication itself. It even notes that this would take place, where's the exact wording? I don't want to misspeak. Should this be a decision? Yeah, so per this, it takes place once the meeting happens. The meeting happened. If you recall, that's why in committees we pushed everything to the floor without a recommendation, because if reorganization was not successfully appealed, to go back to those committees with the new makeup would have been complicated. So I don't really know what to argue here, given it's just factual. I don't agree with the stance that this somehow erodes the power of the whole council by not being able to appeal something that already occurred. That is certainly odd to me, but be that as it may, clerk will call the roll. Whenever you're ready. So, and just for clarity's sake, solicitor, please again tell everybody how it's going to shake out as far as yes and no votes.
We are on an appeal of the president's decision. A yes vote is to address things that the action has occurred. A no vote interprets that we have other possibilities to intervene. The majority vote wins, obviously, but a tie vote sustains the chair's action, should that occur.
So a yes vote
sides with council president's decision. A no vote goes back to the next motion, and respectfully ask that people maintain order.
All right, so clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? Mr. DeLuise? No. I need you on the mic, please. Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. Muto?
No.
Mr. Napa?
No.
Mr. Riggs?
No.
All right, so now what's before us is the motion to suspend the executive action. All right, so the council's, we got everybody, right? Yeah, council reconvenes. My apologies on the delay.
Ladies and gentlemen, to take us back to where we are, the last action taken was the appeal of Councilman Muto's motion to be out of order, which the appeal prevailed. So effectively, where we sit at this time is that means that the council has interpreted that the executive communication, the action to reorganize the council committees, is effectively pending before us and has not actually been effectuated at this time. So the next item would be on the underlying motion from Councilman Muto, if he would like to make that motion to.
Yes, so the motion, sorry, I gotta find my notes. So my motion is to postpone the executive change indefinitely.
Period. Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion to indefinitely postpone this action that has not occurred yet. And it's been seconded by Councilman Lattiser. This is open to discussion. So Council President, on the discussion.
All right, does anyone wish to speak on the pending motion? Councilman Ricks.
To clarify, what is the effect of a no vote and the effect of a yes vote?
On the motion to postpone this action from taking place indefinitely, a yes vote effectually makes clear that the action never takes place, and this item that was docketed tonight is effectively void and actually never occurred. A no vote would continue the council deliberations on what to do.
I intend to vote yes. That's my comment. Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
Thank you. A question through the chair to Councilman Muto. You said indefinitely, but aren't you advocating us reaching out to the Attorney General for an opinion? Are we waiting for that opinion to come back?
We're waiting for the, right now, it's just indefinite.
To Councilman Foley's point, the action here is to indefinitely postpone this particular item that has not yet occurred. Those other questions will play out regardless.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak on this motion? All right, so I'll just state my piece. I want to state how we got here and the reasons for it. So out of the abundance of caution, I had reserved my perspective and comments for this meeting because of the Open Meetings Act demands it from all of us on the council, and I think it was prudent we respect the law on behalf of our constituents. This brings me to an aspect of politics I avoid because I prefer to build relationships by working with my peers, even when we disagree, not airing private matters in public. Despite my personal feelings about it, it is my responsibility to combat misinformation with truth so the council can get back to work for our constituents. I'll elaborate further on the reasons of how we got here and why I advocate and believe that the reorganization is necessary. First, I will share with you what I shared with Councilman Lattiser over a year ago when I was selecting committee chairs. I told him I was hesitant to appoint him finance chair because he often uses the ends to justify his means, and those tactics cause confusion and frustration among his partners. These same tactics have been employed in the last week and tonight, and they often result in negative consequences, some of them financial, for our city. I present Exhibit A regarding some of the negative consequences. I also described how his tactics cause significant friction with the administration, with whom we must maintain a professional relationship to carry out our legislative duties. After sharing those things, we talked about how following the existing practices for all council members made my concerns irrelevant if they are put into practice. A great example is trying to ask questions of individuals, vendors, city staff, and others prior to council meetings because the question may require research or verification. For the first few months as finance chair, Councilman Lattiser followed such practices, which saw benefits among the council and the administration. Unfortunately, it did not last. Some practices he ceased completely. When I followed up with him to discover how we could find solutions and build bridges with our partners and each other, I was rebuffed, and it became increasingly clear the only method he was interested in pursuing was his own, regardless of the consequences for others. Purposely waiting to ask complex questions at council meetings and then publicly shaming or villainizing someone who does not possess the perfect answer is not leading in good faith. The upsetting thing is the I'll only do it my way approach crippled previous administrations and councils. Councilman Lattiser himself experienced the hardship it caused the city, the administration, and the council. There was political infighting, striking poses, and playing got-ya, instead of doing what civil servants are elected to do, which is serve the people's interests. As I said minutes ago, this is a part of politics I avoid because we become a legislative body focused more on complaining about problems or creating new ones rather than solving them. But since I am responsible for running this council and all of my efforts to find solutions have been dismissed by Councilman Lattiser, I felt it necessary to use the power that granted to me by my office to appoint someone else. As a reminder, the ability for the council president to appoint and change committee chairs was unanimously granted by this council, including Councilman Lattiser roughly a year ago. So how did we get here tonight? Well, I shared my intent to appoint someone else as finance chair with Councilman Lattiser nearly 2 weeks ago. His response to embark on a public crusade decrying my decision, which caused members of the public to spread misleading information and outright lies. His reaction is proof that I do, in fact, need to appoint someone else as finance chair because he can ignore the negative results he inflicts on others, but he cannot ignore negative results placed on himself. I know Councilman Lattiser's intentions are good, but he has difficulty seeing and reacting clearly when something does not go his way. If it is not his way, anything and everything must be done to prevent it from happening, regardless of who or what it hurts. Does it matter that this change is to achieve the same goals he has for Warwick? Does it matter that his public outcry has made a mockery of the council, demonizing its members? And does it matter that his all or nothing reaction caused threats against members of the council? All of these things should matter. And I know Councilman Lattiser does not wish anyone harm, and he would hopefully, and has here tonight, discourage the public from these actions. And he, I'm sure, would discourage them from making threats. But regardless, his actions have caused negative consequences again. And I know the reorganization of the Finance Committee and the committees in general is not Councilman Lattiser's way, but it is what is right for the council, the administration, and the city of Warwick. So let the clerk call the roll on the request to hold the reorganization.
Mr. Sinapi?
No.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
All right, so now we go back to which committee?
Would the ordinance committee please convene?
I thought we did.
City Council. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for listening.
What is it? Yes, we're gonna hold. Till the next meeting. What's that one? No, it's ordinance. Maybe not. You have fucking lunch. What's that?
What time is it? Jeremy, what time is it?
9:28.
The time is now 9:28, and the ordinance committee is now in session. Folks, if you could take your conversations to the hall so we can move on with the rest of the agenda, that would be greatly appreciated. All right, the first item on the docket is PCO 13-25, an ordinance amending procedures relative to transfer of tax title property. This was originally docketed by Council President Sinapi on behalf of the mayor.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, strike that.
Yes, in communication with the city solicitor who requested this matter, they asked to postpone this item to the next meeting so that we could have their input at that time.
First order of business is actually the minutes, approval of the minutes for the committee meeting.
I need everyone neither to quiet down because I can't hear anything.
Okay, before us now is acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on December 15th, 2025.
Move to accept.
Moved by Councilman Gebhardt, seconded by Councilman DeLuise.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Abstain.
3-0 with one abstention. Minutes are approved. Okay, next order of business is PCO 13-25, an ordinance amending procedures relative to the transfer of tax title property. My understanding is that there was a request to hold this item until the next meeting, and that is on January 15th?
We have a date?
No,
26th.
January 26th.
Move hold to the 26th of January.
I have a motion and a hold. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, 4-0 approved. And the next item is PCO 2-26, an ordinance establishing regulations and penalties relative to the use of city dog parks, docketed by Councilman Muto. Councilman, I understand you'd also like to hold this until the 26th to make some minor amendments? Okay, do I have a motion to that effect?
Move to hold to the 26th.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
4-0, motion passes. I don't believe we have any more items on our agenda. The time is 9:31. We stand adjourned.
Would the Public Properties Committee now convene, please?
Yeah. The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 9:32 p.m. First item, acceptance of minutes from December 15, 2025. I will abstain on this. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain. Okay, so 3-0. Okay, first legislation on the docket, PCR 4-26, Omnibus Resolution of Congratulations and Condolences. This is the standard item for every year. Any discussion, members of the committee? Question, comment, members of the council? Questions, comments, members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion for favorable action?
Move favorable action.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
4-0. Okay, one remaining item on the agenda, PCO 27-25 sub A, an ordinance amending Appendix A zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick regarding fences, drive-through window overhead clearance, and special use permit lot size standards for duplexes. City of Warwick, petitioner, citywide. And there is an amendment that's been presented to the City Council solicitor. I'll defer to the president. Is it preferred for us to have this addressed during the committee or in front of the full council?
I think you can make note of your intention to offer the amendments so that you can solicit any feedback. I think I can surmise them if you'd like, or speak for yourself.
Well, thank you. And I believe actually it may be convenient for members of the public. I believe that there was one member of the public who was present with us who had a discussion with the planning director about one other item that was not covered by my amendment, a different subject area. So perhaps proceeding right now and then making note with the intent of my introducing the amendment at the time of the full council meeting. First, any comment, members of the committee? Comment, members of the council? I'll have a brief comment that the intent of the amendment that I had discussed with the City Council solicitor after discussion with the planning director involved as to the duplex lot sizes, having those set at plus 25% as to square footage instead of, as the city had proposed, of plus 50%, all of which is contrasted with the status quo, as has been the status quo for the last approximately 2 years, of allowing duplexes so long as one goes through the planning process to basically occupy similar square footage as to single family. The amendment also contains some amendments that have similar effect as to plus 25% on certain setbacks. So let's see. Comment, members of the public. I don't think the mic is on. I'll fix that.
Thank you. Good evening. This topic was very important at the planning board and
Pardon
affected
me.
Michelle Comar, Ward 1. Thank you.
Thank you.
This topic was very important discussion at the planning board and a great concern about many residents, primarily in Ward 6, where duplexes were being proposed and approved because the table for duplexes was omitted when they upgraded the regulations, and they're trying to repair that. I couldn't follow your amendment tonight to speak intelligently on it, and what I'm asking you to do, since many people's lives were affected by these duplex construction projects, is that you post the amendment for the public and hold this for the next time. And I'm risking this, and I'll divert to the director, because time is of the essence to get this change repaired. But I don't understand your amendment, and I don't think the public has had a chance. This is the first time we've heard of it. So I will respect the opinion of the director if he wants to go forward tonight, if he thinks this is in the best interest of those people impacted and future people that may have duplexes on small lots, like in Ward 6. Because I don't want to hold up this legislation. I want this loophole closed. However, the public hasn't seen your amendment, and this is important ordinance. So whatever the director says, I'm going to follow his recommendation. Thank you.
Hi, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. Councilman, I think the only thing I should add to what you said is, since we spoke about your amendment to this amendment, which basically takes the minimum lot sizes for duplexes that require special use permit and increases those lot sizes by 50%. You want it to be 25% smaller. So with that being said, I talked to the planning board chairman today to try to get a sense of how he would feel about that, given the planning board's recommendation to go with the 50% increase. And he was pretty strong about trying to stick with what the planning board originally proposed, to keep it at 50% increased lot size. So by way of example, a 7,000 square foot lot would need a size of 10,500 to accommodate a duplex. That said, he also said if it's going to completely crash and burn, that he would at least be happy with a compromise somewhere in the middle, which is around 35%, is something he could live with. So this is really to maintain that community character in the single-family neighborhoods in primarily the eastern part of the city. You know, the western part, Pontiac, a lot of duplexes in that area, but it's the neighborhoods that are, you know, in the eastern part, where you have large side lots, say, with those being filled in, that's really the risk that the planning board wants to avoid. So that's really why they want to keep the table as it is. So I'll try to answer any of the questions you have.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just make one procedural note. This item is before us on second passage. Should the council make any amendments tonight in any way, it does revert the matter back to a first passage action. So any changes that potentially would be made this evening would result in a second passage at the following month's meeting. So there would be ample time for people to digest the additional changes should they occur. But just wanted to make note that any changes tonight reverts back to first passage.
Thank you. Any further comment, members of the public?
Good evening, George Schuster, the chair of the Historic District Commission. I apologize for raising this only on second passage, but if you look at the council package, this amendment was actually brought to every part of the city for assent, from police to fire to cemeteries, but didn't come before the Historic District Commission, so I only saw it for the first time this evening. This is a minor suggestion for amendment, which is the new rule on fences says no building permits are required for fences in the city except in a historic district. Building permits, and it says historic district staff review would be required for the fences. There's really no mechanism for historic district staff review in the city. There are no specific standards that the historic district staff, which means the planning staff, would apply. There's no right of appeal from a historic district staff decision should a homeowner not like that decision. My recommendation is that we change the words historic district staff review to historic district commission review. Then we would go through the normal procedure we already have for historic district commission review of things in historic districts. If someone doesn't like the HDC decision, it would be appealed and so forth. I think that's the right fix, which is only changing a word, but would clarify the process for homeowners in the district who need to put up a fence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. And to express to the City Council Solicitor, my amendment later this evening, I would intend to include in that, if possible, changing the word staff found on page 1, line 41, to the word commission to address that concern. And I'm very glad that that concern was brought to our attention. Further comment, members of the public?
Thank you. Leslie Derrick, Ward 4. And I'm more concerned about what's happening down at Connecticut Point. What we're seeing is all these undersized lots getting smaller and smaller with variances that keep on getting passed. And so these lots become even smaller. Well, these lots were never even considered for a building. And now they've got the biggest building you could possibly have on the most undersized lot down there. And it exceeds mine. Mine was the largest house down there before. But also they have no frontage. There's absolutely no frontage, and there's no place to park their car. And there's no place for them to drive their truck down the side of the yard to put their fill in the backyard to build it up, because they have to build up their lot in order to have the flooding. There's also the issue of they have to be hooked up to sewer systems. Now, the sewer systems are having a real problem down where I am, because if you have a sewer system, you have a pump. And all of us down there have to pump up. So your pump is going all the time. And the more people you add on to that sewer system and have to pump up, the weaker the system becomes and your motor burns out. The average person down there that is hooked up to the sewers is having to repair or replace their pump every 2 years at a rate of $20,000. Okay, and that is not cheap for these people. And this is something that nobody has taken into consideration, and they really ought to. You're also building these lots, building these homes on these undersized lots that are full of water. You dig down and they hit water, and then they dig down again and they fill it with stone. And then they dig down again because they get caught with all the water in their foundation, and they hit water again. They keep on hitting water until they're so deep and they're putting so much gravel in, and then they have to fill it all in with cement. You have no idea what's going on down at the point, and you really ought to go looking around and seeing all the cars that are parked on the street and the new houses, and how you can't even fit a car down these roads anymore because you're double parking on both sides of the road. There's no rules. And so I'm sorry you've overbuilt, but you're also not planning correctly, and you're not even thinking about what we, as your constituents, are facing down in the Connecticut Point area and have to put up with. And we built our houses correctly. We did it according to what the issues were initially. Now they want to change everything so they can accommodate the growth. that we need homes for these people. These people can't afford a $500,000 home. They can't even touch it, let alone rent it. And if you put in duplexes down there, you're going to have more renters down there, and they're all going to be on top of each other in the streets, and they won't be owners. They'll be renters. They don't care. They don't have the pride like we do. Thank you.
Any specific concerns I would urge when it comes to building on undersized lots or whether a particular lot is suitable, I would urge to talk with the building department, planning department. Any further public comment? Hearing none, I would request a motion to move to the council floor without recommendation.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. There being no further business of this committee, we adjourn at 9:47 p.m.
That concludes committees. We'll be back in full council momentarily. Then some of those we'll get through.
All right, so back to full council. So first up is acceptance of minutes from the council meeting held on December 15th, 2025. Just as a reminder, we had 2 people absent that meeting. So is there any, well, we should actually do this one vote because so that you guys have the option to recuse. Do we do a roll call? You do a voice vote? Oh, they don't have to worry about it. Oh, okay, never mind. We can just do it the normal way. Is there any objection to approving the minutes as presented? All right, seeing none, so approved. Announcements of appointments. Announcement of appointments. Councilman Gebhardt, do you want to go through them?
Yes, Mr. President, there are a couple. Board of Public Safety, James Palucci, Ward 9, term to expire January 1st, 2029. Retirement Board, Timothy Howe, Ward 3, term to expire June 30th, 2026. Alfred Marciano, Ward 5, term to expire June 30th, 2028. And the Tree Warden, back for another term, Carlos Pinero, Ward 5, term to expire January 1st, 2027. All others require confirmation.
All right, so on to appointments requiring confirmation. First up is Historic District Commission. Again, I just apologize in advance for any pronunciation failures. Ginny Leslie, Councilman Gebhardt.
Yes, the committee moved this to the floor without recommendation. However, this is a reappointment. Ms. Leslie currently is serving on the Historic District Commission.
All right, so I guess we'll, first, does anyone on the council wish to comment on this? And then we got to ask the public as well. All right, so does any member of the public wish to speak on the reappointment of Ginny Leslie to the Historic District Commission? All right, seeing none. Yeah. Does anyone wish to make a motion on this?
Move favorable action.
Second.
Favorable action, second it. Any discussion on said motion? All right, seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise? Yes. Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
All right, next is the reappointment to the Historic District Commission of George Schuster Jr. Councilman Gebhardt.
Yes, this is a reappointment for Mr. Schuster, currently serving on the Historic District Commission, and I move favorable action.
Second.
Motion for favorable action, second it. Is any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So in full disclosure, I just want to let you know that Mr. Schuster does serve on my ward committee. It does not sway my ability to make an impartial a vote on this. I will be voting in support of Mr. Schuster. I've known George for a long time. He is he's just an outstanding individual, extremely talented, very successful attorney. This is just a perfect place for him. He is very much involved in our environment. He's very much involved in taking care of the Bay, Bucky Brook, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is a really important thing for us to do. And it's even more important for Mr. Schuster to continue serving in his capacity on the Historic District Commission. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'd also like to thank Mr. Schuster for attending this evening, nearly 10 o'clock, and for participating in reviewing this ordinance as well and helping us make that correction to make sure that we're getting this on the books in the right way. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to comment? Members of the council? Members of the public, does anyone wish to comment? All right, seeing none, there was a motion for favorable action and second it. So clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt? Yes. Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, appointment passes.
All right, next is the consent calendar, PCR 1-26, resolution relative to bid. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee recommends favorable, I'm sorry, it was moved to the floor for, without a recommendation. The entire thing.
All right, so for action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 1-26. And I would point out that we do have 2 takeouts on that too.
Yes, there were 2 items removed at this time. Bid 2026-288 has become PCR 726, and bid 2026-287 has become PCR 826. And those will be addressed after the consent calendar. I would note that we have completed the committee and public communication on items of 50,000 and above, but it would be in order to address any other of those other items on that that were below the 50,000 threshold, should any members of the council or the public have questions on those at this time.
I agree, Mr. President. I don't have any further questions on those items under 50,000.
Anyone else on the council have any questions on those? All right, anyone else from the public have any questions on those matters? Yeah, all right, so that's that one. So then, also from the consent calendar is PCR 2-26, resolution relative to abatements. Councilman Lattiser.
Our committee, again, recommended favorable action on that item.
And so for action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on the abatements, PCR 2-26.
So any further questions or comments on the resolution relative to abatements that was not asked in committee? All right, seeing none, we can go on to further in the consent calendar. PCR 3-26, resolution relative to traffic studies. This is public safety, so Councilman Muto.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee recommended no action and brought it to the floor.
All right, so for action, Councilman Muto.
I move for favorable action for PCR 3-26, resolution relative to traffic studies.
All right, motion made and seconded. Does anyone have any, well, we should also say, so this is basically our yearly thing, in case anyone's unaware, our yearly resolution so that traffic studies can keep coming before us as applicable. So this is just kind of like a perfunctory thing. It's not regarding one specific issue or anything like that. This is standard. We do it every year. So it's not supposed to be anything in particular. So does anyone have any questions on that? Which is okay to have questions because it is kind of a weird thing we do every year. All right. So does the public have any questions on that? All right, so now we go on to PCR 4-26, omnibus resolution of congratulations and condolences. So this is public properties. So this would be Councilman Ricks.
Do we vote on it?
So my understanding is, yeah, at the end of the whole consent calendar. Sorry, Councilman Ricks, I apologize. For PCR 4-26, omnibus resolution of congratulations and condolences.
Recommend favorable action.
All right, for action, Councilman Ricks.
Move favorable action.
All right, and seconded by Councilman Foley and Councilman Lattiser. And it looks like we already had discussion for the public. So does anyone have any questions or comments from the council? Just like with the last thing, this is what we do this annually. That way we can do resolutions of congratulations and condolences. So this is a perfunctory thing. All right, seeing no questions, and we already did the public. So now we can do the consent calendar vote. All right, so the clerk, please call the roll on the full consent calendar. Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, consent passes.
All right, now we have two matters that were removed. Bid 2026-288, which is now PCR 7-26. So Councilman Lattiser.
Our committee recommended favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 7-26.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Recuse.
8 yes, 1 recusal.
All right, next is bid 2026-287, which is now PCR 8-26. Councilman Lattiser.
Committee recommended favorable action.
For action, Councilman
Move
Lattiser.
favorable action on PCR 8-26.
Motion made and seconded. Are there any questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Recuse.
8 yes, 1 recusal.
All right, now we're on to unfinished business. PCO 27-25 Sub A, an ordinance amending Appendix A zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick regarding fences, drive-through window overhead clearance, and special use permit lot size standards for duplexes, City of Warwick, petitioner citywide. This is land use, so Councilman Ricks.
This was moved to the floor without a recommendation. I would move favorable action with a proposed amendment, and I would move the amendment, which may be referred to as sub B, if the city council solicitor may read that into the record, and I believe procedurally I may need a second.
So Councilman Ricks would like to make an amendment, seconded by Councilman Lattiser. Councilman, do you want all amendments read together, or do you want to take the historic one separate from the table changes?
I think we can streamline it and make it all into one amendment.
Okay, so if anyone has a distinction, please let us know. The Rex amendment is seeking on page 1, line 41, to delete the word staff and insert in its place the word commission. This changes the review for the historic district fencing so that the commission would be weighing in rather than staffing. On page 6, the following changes to the table are being made. The intent is from Councilman Ricks to adjust these up by 25% rather than the current draft that says 50%. So in minimum lot area for A7 office and general business, it would be deleting 10,500 and inserting 8,750. In the same category for A10, it would delete the 15,000 and insert 12,500. For A15, it would delete 22,500 and insert 18,750. In A40, it would delete 60,000 and insert 50,000. In a similar concept, but in a couple of spots down on minimum side yard, the amendment would, for A7 office and general business, delete 15 and insert 10. And on minimum rear yard in A10, it would delete 30 and insert 25. Those are all the amendments that I have.
That's all the motions for that amendment, correct? And we have a second for it?
Correct. And I believe Councilman Lattiser had seconded.
Yep. All right. So is there any discussion on the proposed amendment? All right. Councilman DeLuise?
I kind of agree with Tom Kravitz. I think that the 25% is just too little. I think that the 50%, or if he said that the 35% would be much better, I would tend to agree with that. 25%, I think, is still, the lot size is still kind of small.
And Director Kravitz, do you have any comment?
Again, I'm conveying my conversation with the planning board chairman from today, who has concerns about the community character in neighborhoods which still have larger undeveloped side lots, if you will. And that's why, to maintain that character, he's really hoping that you'll endorse the planning board's original opinion to just keep the table at the 50% increase in size.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you, Mr. President. My question will go to the director. So I really hadn't thought of anything on this item in terms of amendments or actually impacts on other folks. The speaker earlier that came to the mic expressed concerns about the pressure on the grinder pumps now, additional pressures if these things changed, and the cost of the grinder pumps. So this change, either to 25% or 35%, could you explain that to me as to how that would play into the concerns of that particular property owner or other property owners in that area?
With respect to sewer pumping capacity, I cannot speak to that. I know, though, that all the applications, we have the sewer staff weigh in on them. So if there's concerns on flow rates or pressure, that's looked at on a case-by-case basis. I think not to speak for that resident, but she was really talking about the non-conformance changes that were made in state law, which is a bit shocking. You're seeing some things happen. There was a story in the Beacon about Druid. That's different. That's a different statute. Those changes have been effectuated. This is something a little different. This is just how we treat duplexes as a special use permit, and the minimum lot size is related thereto. And so, the planning board chairman's desire was to keep it at, for math's sake, most of these are in the A7 zoning district. That requires a minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet. Currently, if we put the table back in as the planning board recommended, you would need a lot that is 10,500 square feet in size to accommodate a duplex. Obviously, Councilman Ricks has his opinion trying to make it smaller. I'm just conveying what Chairman Slocum and I talked about today after speaking with, introducing Councilman Ricks's changes to him. I feel like I'm just here to convey what the planning board wanted, so I don't want to.
You drew the short straw.
Yeah, so I kind of wanted to have a conversation with Phil and at least get it across.
So most people know how heavily involved I was with the sewer project, particularly in Bayside. There was a very long project and just a super heavy lift for a year trying to learn about grinder pumps and gravity feed, et cetera, et cetera. The pressure on the grinder pump, let's say my house over whatever street it is, the pressure on my grinder pump isn't increased or decreased predicated upon the pressure of the system. It's predicated upon the use of the dwelling. Is that correct?
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not an engineer, but right.
No, I just, there was-
what goes on from the lateral to your home is one pressure, and then it gets into the public system. That's a different situation.
Because it's the public system that pushes this up. I know I've had a few little hiccups in Bayside where some of these pressure systems, let's just say, needed to be adjusted, and they were done immediately. But I think the individual impact and pressure on the grinder pumps is solely on the usage that it receives from that particular property.
Right. I mean, the main concern is a cumulative effect of many homes or lots being put in, and are we communicating with sewer staff to ensure the lift stations and whatnot can handle that additional volume? That's a concern that we're always. That's why we always send every application before the commission, sewer staff to review.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess, would it be in order to ask the previous speaker if she's okay with that?
I apologize. I'm not following.
If I interpreted the conversation from the speaker, she had indicated that she was very concerned with these things changing, and if they were to change, it would put additional pressures on her grinder pump because there was more usage on the system. But to my understanding and my knowledge on how all this stuff works, is that the grinder pump at your location is under the pressure of your unit, so your house. So if you have a two-bedroom house, you got so much pressure on it. If you have a three-bedroom house, it's fair to assume that you'd have more pressure. I just want to get an answer as to whether or not changing these lot sizes would have a negative impact on the speaker that was here before. I don't believe that it does, but I just want to be sure that she's comfortable with this explanation.
All right, so is there any objection for letting the member of the public speak on this? All right, yep, so have at it. If you could address that, if you could, just make sure you identify yourself first, sorry.
Okay, you have to understand your speaker system is so bad when you have hearing aids, it does not work.
We all
Anyway,
agree.
so I'm not hearing everything that you're saying. But I want to just comment again. What's happening is down at the area where you're closer to the water, and that whole point is closer to the water, they have to all pump up to Point Ave, okay? And there's one station. And we're all pumping up. You don't have the pressure to pump up. You have to push, your pump works harder to push up. So the more people that are on this sewer line, and the more people that are on or flushing or pumping, it takes more pressure to push it up. And this is what they're seeing now, is their electric bills are up and their pumps are failing. So I don't know how else to explain it other than I'm still on the old system because I clean my system and I've got I have 4 fields, but I don't need to change over. I am not going to change over because why bother? They're having all these issues. But if you're going to keep on adding more people to that line and making it mandatory that they join, you're going to have this issue. And so everything is low over in Connecticut Point, and they get a variance on everything that they build down at the point. And every time you do a variance, you're taking away frontage, and you're making more houses in smaller area. I don't know what else I can say.
So with the amendment that is made, or amendments that's made, as the solicitor has said, this automatically goes back to first passage, right? Okay. So if we vote, let's assume we vote in favor of this on the first passage, we would have time to reach out to the sewer authority and get clarification to what your concerns are.
They've already been contacted. The sewer authority has been contacted by all the people who are on the line, and their pumps are all wearing out. And nobody cares what they have to pay, $20,000 every time. They don't care. So my thing is, stay with the larger lots. If you're going to do this, they're going to build right on the water, whether I want them to or not. They're building on the water. They're digging into the marsh. Okay, they're not digging on an Apponaug here. They're digging right on the bay and in the marsh. There's no protection for environment, and they're just bringing in soil from other areas. They don't care. This is an environmental disaster down there, and you're only adding to it.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. President, for whatever it's worth, I happen to have a real good relationship with the sewer authority, believe it or not. Seriously. So, I certainly will reach out to the director there, also Matt Solitro, who has been incredible to work with. And I'd like to research, this situation, being that I don't know those answers right now, but I will have an opportunity to get them in revote. I will, well, depending upon where this amendment goes and whether it goes to Director Kravitz or it goes to Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Ricks, I will vote in support of it because I do have that second bite at the apple to see what I can find out on that.
So I'm somewhat hesitant to jump on the amendment only because those who know better than I on the subject, like Councilman DeLuise, based on what he voiced, and he absolutely would know better than I given his time on the zoning board. So I can't support the amendment given that. I can't argue that I know better than Councilman DeLuise and the director or whatnot. And I know it's not like people are passionately arguing one way or another. I'm not trying to pretend. I truly don't have the expertise on this subject to deem one of these better than the other. But based on those who do, it seems like the original one is the preferred one. But Councilman Ricks?
Mr. President, I would at least offer one suggestion is if there is the inability to find consensus on what the table should look like this evening, if there is consensus on the other provision about changing the word staff to commission, that vote alone would revert this back to first passage and thus require further action of the council in a month. So there'd be ample time to review should the council wish more time to occur on changes to the table.
I mean, do we hate the idea of just simply holding it then? If functionally that's what we'd be doing? Am I missing something? Sorry.
Mr. President, if I may, I'd like to hear from Councilman DeLuise. This is definitely a ward issue, right? That's Councilman DeLuise's ward.
That makes sense.
Right?
All right, you want to hear from me? You sure?
Absolutely. Let it rip. I'm
Well,
here
I'm
till midnight.
I'm sticking to my original with the 50% addition. If you're in an A7, you're going to need 10,500 square feet as opposed to 7,000. I like the table that Mr. Kravitz, they put together. And it, I live in that area. Leslie's a neighbor, and it is being overbuilt. It's being overbuilt. And I'm sorry to say, when I was on the zoning board, I did approve some of those small lots, and I have regrets about it. And you should have the right to your property as an owner, but you should do it with responsibility. And if you have a 7,000 square foot lot, put a smaller house that conforms to the perimeter and the setbacks and all that. That's all. So I won't be voting for that as it stands the way it is with the 25% amendment.
So you oppose the amendment? You prefer?
I'm going to
stay
vote
as
against it.
Okay. And a question, through Council President to Mr. Kravitz. This, and I'm just paying attention to it now, but this is a citywide thing. So whatever happens now, it's not restrictive just to Connecticut. It's citywide.
Correct. It follows the zoning districts.
Got it. Got it.
So it'll have implications all the way in Cohasset too, in the A40 zone.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. To briefly address that last point, as to A40s, plus 25% is 50,000, meaning that if it's in an A40 zone, 50,000 square feet is pretty close to a full acre, I believe. As to the smaller lots, and especially when we're talking Connecticut Point with the smaller frontage, a lot of these various lots that I'm understanding and looking at the city's GIS, a lot of these smaller lots don't even meet the frontage or square footage size requirements for a single family house. So plus 25% would make it all the more difficult to try to get a variance for a duplex. And I think, again, I'm not going to prejudge anything here and not speak on any particular situation because I'm not familiar with any of the particular situations anyway, but it would be hard for me to imagine someone going in front of the zoning board and is successfully seeking to get a duplex built on a lot that doesn't meet the frontage or total size square footage requirements or other requirements possibly to even build a single family house. All of that seems like quite a stretch. And then in any particular cases, when it comes to things such as water tables, sewer situations, these are all, of course, unique circumstances that the building department, planning board, zoning board potentially would need to take a look at and do have discretion as to what they're willing to grant. So if someone would have difficulty or wouldn't normally be allowed to build a single family, it's still, with the plus 25%, all that much more difficult to go and seek to build a duplex on that type of land. And, well, good luck to anyone who tries that. So I think that those really are some separate issues there. And if there are, especially because we're talking about citywide here, if this is a situation where overbuilding at Connecticut Point is a particular issue, perhaps there might be a need to re-examine some of the particular issues at Connecticut Point. There can be any number of different ways that issues in that particular neighborhood could be addressed. So turning back to the more general here. A couple of years ago, we, as a city council, reduced the requirements such that, simply put, if a duplex can fit in the footprint of what would be allowed as a single-family house, it can proceed as such, with going through the process with zoning board, of course. So that is my initial inclination. That's what I advocated for at previous city council meetings. I'll try not to repeat all of that here now. The city administration was suggesting and advocating for it to be back to plus 50%. I had spoken with the planning director the other day, and it seemed reasonable to meet smack in the middle at plus 25%. I'm not crazy about that. I think it's a step in the wrong direction, but I think it's a reasonable compromise, and I'd be well, as they say, a good compromise is when everybody is a little bit unhappy, and I'm a little bit unhappy, but I can live with that. And I think that, whereas plus 50%, I would strongly object to that. So especially considering that if there are some of these additional questions that need to be resolved, and because there is a desire to keep this on a track, I think that it would make sense if we could get this amendment passed this evening and then move this to second passage at a future council meeting. And if there is legitimacy to some of these particular concerns that can't be addressed otherwise, then we will be able to have that debate again. But if those concerns are satisfied, then we'll be able to proceed with second passage and get this done. So that's all my comments for now. Thank you.
All right, does anyone else?
Yes, if I could, I would like you to address the worst case scenario, which would be my area. You're making rules for an area that does not have issues like we have down where we are. And so by making this a new rule, you are opening up my area for construction double what we're going through right now. And I just ask you to reconsider and think about my area, because the variances will go through, because there's another one we could talk about on a variance that was just approved by the zoning board. Okay, zoning board of appeals, and it was just approved, and you would have never expected it. Okay, because they let things go through that should never have gone through.
Councilman Muto?
Mr. President, just a idea to throw out there, because unfortunately I just redid my insurance. They drew lines from the coastline. I'm not sure if we could add something with the lot sizes, keep them at the maximum size, stay within 0.5 miles of a coastal, and then over that we can gradually go from there. That way it takes it away from the water table. So a thought for conversation, but I have no amendments to add.
Thank you.
All right, so if there's no more questions on the amendment, the only thing I'm going to say is first off, kudos to Councilman Ricks for endeavoring to actually achieve a compromise. That's exactly how it should go. He went about it the right way, and I can't compliment that enough. That being said, I can't bring myself to go against Councilman DeLuise with his background and expertise in this area, the planning director, and the head of the planning board. I can't. So I apologize. I can't stress enough, though, at the same time, kudos for the endeavor to compromise. So regardless of how it goes, thank you for doing that. So clerk will please call the roll on Councilman Ricks's proposed amendment. No.
Mr. DeLuise?
No.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes, for first passage.
Mr. Muto?
Yes, for first passage.
Mr. Napa?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
3 yes. 6 no, motion fails. Sorry.
As it was discussed, if there's independent discussion on the non-table change, which was the Historic District Commission request to delete the word staff and insert commission, should that pass, it would revert the matter back to first passage.
So does anyone wish to make that motion to the change proposed by, mentioned by Solicitor Walsh, Councilman Lattiser?
I make that motion by him.
All right, seconded by Councilman Napa. Is there any discussion on that proposed amendment? All right, seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes.
All right, so this will be back before us for second passage.
That's the amendment if someone were interested in moving favorable action
I
as
apologize.
amended for first passage.
Make a motion for favorable action as amended for first passage.
All right, seconded by Councilman Muto. So this will be for first passage, so I'm not trying to drag this out further in the future, but if for some reason all parties involved decide it's a better idea between now and next meeting, I get it. It's fine. It makes sense. Just keep doing what you're doing because I can't say enough good things about the effort. But so does anyone have any questions or discussion regarding the item as amended? All right, seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss?
Pardon me, I didn't quite hear. This is the vote on the underlying item?
This is favorable as amended, first passage.
Okay, a brief comment, if I may.
I apparently don't have the ability to interrupt the roll call. Just saying.
Under the rules, once roll calls begin, really it shouldn't be discussing anything other than, an actual question on what is the vote, but not debate. Unless someone wants to.
Very well, I didn't hear the vote being called. I was not hearing that specific language being stated into the microphone, but I had things to say. I will not be able to say them, that's all. I suppose I'll be able to say them at the time of second passage.
Is there an
Let's
objection to
proceed.
suspending the rules to allow Councilman Ricks to speak? Because I can't just unilaterally do it. All right, so go ahead.
Thank you. So these lot sizes, if there are particular issues with the zoning of particular neighborhoods, those issues really should be addressed on a neighborhood level, not as a matter of a citywide level. I'd invite anyone to show me exactly which of these different lots are truly a concern. Because if a lot is 4,000 square feet, then I don't see how one can be building a duplex on a 4,000 square feet in an A7 zone requiring 7,000 square feet, regardless of whether we're requiring plus 0%, plus 25%, or plus 1,000,000%. If we have a postage stamp, you can't build a mansion on a postage stamp. So, similarly, when it comes to the sewers, I appreciate Councilman Lattiser looking into this, because the notion of how much a neighbor uses their own their own connection to the public sewer line affecting how much electricity one pays, and the burnout for their own grinder pump connecting their particular house to the public sewer, that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that my electric bill changes based on whether my next door neighbor has an enlarged prostate or whether my neighbor lets it mellow. I don't think that affects my electric bill. I could be wrong. I await the expert opinion. Thank you.
All right, so motion made and seconded for favorable action. Given that we already suspended the rules, does anyone else have any further comment? All right, so seeing none, clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes. First passage.
All right, next is PCR 93-25, resolution amending the rules of the Warwick City Council for the 2025-2026 term. And the sub-A is not before us, right, as of now? Okay.
You skipped if they held that down. PCO 13.
You were absolutely right. I did it again.
Right.
No, don't be sorry. I did the same thing I did last time. I put the check in the wrong spot. I apologize. We are not on that one. The clerk corrected me, as she should. PCO 13-25, an ordinance amending procedures relative to transfer of tax title to property. The recommendation was to hold till January 26th. Is there any objection to holding as requested / recommended? Seeing none, so held. Now we're on PCR 93-25, resolution amending the rules of the Warwick City Council for the 2025-2026 term. My apologies. So there was a sub-A that is not currently before us, but if someone would indulge me and make a motion for such so that we can, for favorable action on amending so that we can discuss and I can explain why, et cetera.
Yep. Motion to insert a sub A. Is that what you need?
Does that work for you?
Let's get a second.
Oh, yeah, it needs a second first, sorry.
Motion to insert sub A.
Somebody? You.
I'm coming. I'm second.
I aggressively looked at him because it's for him.
Just leaving me hanging.
Okay.
All right. It was seconded. So the reason for the sub A is Councilman Lattiser and myself met with the administration about when we have one meeting in a month, how we had that like flood of bids, and it was the same amount of time to be handling them as if it was just a small amount of bids. So obviously a problem rightfully pointed out. The administration, well, we requested that we have more time, straightforward, when it came to those things. The administration actually had a better offer. They said, why don't we give you more time on everything, regardless of if it's one meeting a month or not. And I believe that is this section here. Where is it? Yeah, for consideration as part of the consent calendar, any items submitted to the clerk shall also be sent on the same day to the members of the council solicitor, and the council liaison. That change is inserted into Rule 13 as subpart E.
So basically, the earliest we could possibly get information, we'll now get it when regards to the consent calendar. So that would be the abatements and the bid package.
Mr. President, so the intent behind this clarification is to request that when purchasing delivers the information, that information be concurrently communicated through to the member, so that this is the earliest possible of a final-ish document that comes before us. Obviously, they're all subject to change, but it's to ensure that the administration submits this to us as promptly as possible.
And it's not, in all fairness, it's not necessarily a silver bullet. This isn't by no means necessarily going to perfectly resolve it, but at least we'll abate it. And not only will abate the main issue we went for, but it should actually help for all meetings, frankly. So it's a nice win, and kudos to administration for not only willing to work with us on it, but suggest even more than what we asked for. And kudos to Councilman Lattiser for being willing to help work with them on that as well. So are there any questions on that proposed amendment?
I would just clarify my prior comment further, that if consent calendar items are not limited just to the purchasing department. It could be the abatements coming to you. Well, it's any item that is provided for in the consent calendar, that it be sent on the same day to all
And
of us.
which line item are you in?
So the amendment that Councilman Sinapi has requested, that's been moved and seconded, is to add subsection E to Rule 13. For brevity's sake, the document that's before you only presents rules that are being changed, so that we didn't have everyone with dozens of pages of paper that aren't having any changes.
Right.
The amendment is to make a change to Rule 13 to add a subsection E with the language that says, for consideration as part of the consent calendar, any items submitted to the clerk shall also be sent on the same day to the members of the council solicitor, and the council liaison. So that is the amendment. The other changes we can get to after this. Yep.
All right, so any further questions on the proposed amendment? Any question, public? All right, camera. Any questions, member of the public, as far as this proposed amendment? All right, so seeing none, clerk will please call the roll on the proposed amendment. Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
All right, so now, one. Yeah, sure.
So the sub A is, well, we've amended the item to include the changes to Rule 13. As you read through the other proposed changes to the rules, these impact Rule 30, specifically to address issues that have been presented by different council members over the last time. So, for example, we are now putting in force language in subsection L that was previously reserved. This is regarding ensuring that additional notice is provided to everyone regarding proposals to do tax stabilization agreements. So this was Councilman Ricks's idea, I believe, that was in response to a recent proposal that the council had to consider. So this ensures greater notice there. Similarly, in Rule M, we're putting in place some guidelines about how this body dockets and considers matters that are being referred to other bodies, specifically the state and federal governments, that a higher threshold than a single docket person is being requested, so that the rule specifically is trying to ask that for items that are going to be a resolution to the General Assembly or the federal government, unless it's docketed by the council president on behalf of the mayor. The sub-A language that we would need to make was to remove the word "or" in the original proposal as well. But so that this is, if the council president dockets something on behalf of the mayor, it can proceed to the docket. If it's another type of request to go to the assembly, or to a federal government body, it would require at least 4 of you to consider the matter. So it's still a threshold that's less than a majority of the body, but it's ensuring a higher threshold to bring different matters before you. And then the last change is in Rule 42 regarding financial or actuarial presentations. We're changing it to a more broader category of financial presentations, and that this would also request an annual presentation by the city auditor relative to the results of the most recent fiscal year audit.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning that, as you all may recall, when the auditor came before, that was supposed to be like kind of like almost like a trial run of how it would work. And it was actually really neat because she said, look, if you guys want other stuff in it, let me know. So obviously prior to this, we can come up with, hey, we want more stuff. Could you please do X, Y, Z? All right, so cascade of light. So Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you. So I'll start with the last one, Rule 42. I would like to add the language where on line 37, to the results of the most recent fiscal year audit, to also include a 5-year forecast.
And you want that from, just so I'm clear, from the auditor, not from the city?
From the auditor, yes.
Bill Vicente, I don't believe the auditor does a 5-year forecast. That's a city department function. The auditor is contracted to audit the prior fiscal year. They don't project forecast forward.
Okay.
So the auditor would not be able to do a 5-year forecast. And
Okay.
that's a administration function.
Yeah, fair enough. I won't argue with you on that. Then perhaps we can put that language in elsewhere, that the city will provide us with an updated 5-year forecast.
So I made it clear I have no problem continually amending these as much as we want. Would you be amenable to whatever we pass tonight, we pass, and then we'll docket it right away? Like, hey, we want more changes, and that could be one of the I say one of, because there might be more to one of the ones we discussed as part of it, to figure out, all right, can we do this? How can we do it, et cetera, rather than trying to shoehorn it in tonight. Because we got time. Granted, we don't have a lot of time, but we got time as far as before this would be.
So I'm clear with what your intent is. So let's just, for the sake of conversation, I have, let's say, 3 amendments that I'd like to make to the rules. You would prefer to make those 3 on a separate meeting, or make those now?
On a separate meeting, separate item, for the sake of, one, these have been lingering for a while, so I want to get at least these done.
Right.
And 2, I have no problem with continually updating it and making it better anyway. So doing it a separate, it doesn't bother me, frankly. I assume it doesn't bother you, and it'll give us time, because we don't want to just rush it tonight one way or another, when we could do, we can make sure we do it in a way that works.
Yeah, mine
All right.
can wait.
All right, so we want to make sure we get the document. I wanted the docket and rules thing anyway, so this is perfect. Is there anything else, though, you wanted to bring up?
Not for me. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. No, that's all right. I'll wait till we circle back on additional amendments at another time.
Okay. Council Muto.
Thank you, Mr. President. Considering the events of the evening, I would make an amendment to drop the language in item M. The 4 members of the council creates too much of a temptation or errors to go in violation of OMA. I also don't believe that as council people individually, we should give up our rights, because that's exactly what we're doing here, is giving up a right that we currently have. So I didn't see any like really burning issue to, go and storm the state capitol and the federal capitol. So I just think this could potentially create more issues than what you're trying to solve. So my recommendation is to strike M.
Right, so just as a reminder, that came up as a result of somewhat the fallout when we had legislation that was seeking to make our recommendations known to the state on certain very divisive-ish topics. And so this was seen as a potential way to address that. I'm not talking about the OMA part yet. So this is as far as why we got it. And granted, it's been lingering for a while, so it's not fresh in anybody's recollection for good reason. If there's a better way to address that, I'm happy to do it, or happy to consider it, happy to talk about it. This is just the one we ended up on. There's been a few different attempts, if you may recall, where we put it in one way, and then I'm like, no, we didn't like that. We tried another way. And as far as the OMA thing, I'm going to kick it to the solicitor because he was the one who came up with it the way he did.
Yeah, because my concern is I want to put something out there that everyone needs to own a golden retriever. And I talked to Foley, he says yes. I talked to Ricks, he says yes. Snapper, yes. A week later, Foley says, I don't like golden retrievers, I like cats. All of a sudden, I need a new fourth. So my concern, all of a sudden, my golden retriever dies because Foley likes cats instead of golden retrievers. And I know you like cats.
Thank you, Councilman. So a question for the body. The current standards allow anyone to docket anything at any time effectively. The proposal for this particular action would establish a 4-member threshold. It raises the question of, is there somewhere in between that's of interest, or is striking it all together to preserve the individuality to present something the interest? I don't know if you have a feeling on 2 or 3 instead of 4 or 1.
Well, I guess I'm negotiating against myself here. So I don't like to do that.
You don't have to. I'm just, it's for discussion's sake of the
preference is
members.
I'm not going to support giving up a right that I currently have for the convenience when we already have a deliberative body that can either vote it up or down. So I know people are uncomfortable with certain issues. Hopefully we won't have that many more, but we already have a body. We already have committees that allow us to do that. I just find it interesting that a council person would want to give up a right that they currently have and submit it to one person. That's my thoughts.
This is the forum to discuss, so.
Councilman Napa.
Just Councilman Muto's points are well taken, and maybe a possible compromise to discuss or consider would be to have at least one co-sponsor, so at least there's a motion and a second that's available. Would eliminate any OMA problems, and then also kind of at least push up the threshold of any one person can docket, but at least you have a second for that resolution or what have you.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, from my perspective, that's better than nothing, because I just want to do something about this, because right now it's a problem that exists, and I'm just trying to find a solution for it, whether that be a compromise or elsewise, anything really, any step in what I know it's what I consider the right direction. Obviously, Councilman Muto, his point is well taken, where yes, it does fundamentally give up a right for all of us, including me, because I'm not immune to the way it's written. I'm just as trapped by it. So I understand. So, Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you. I would have to concur with Councilman Muto on this, hearing the conversation. Here again, I wouldn't have an issue with Councilman Napper's. I think that the main point here is that whether I introduce something to go to the General Assembly or whoever, nothing can happen until 5 of us vote on it anyways. So I think there's a check and balances in there. I'm not quite sure what the intent, well, I know what the intent is, but what is the reason for this amendment to be put in place? What was the ultimate goal for this to come before us?
No, that's a fair question. So the reason is because as it stands currently, you could docket right now, or any of us could, but it's not meant to signal you. You could docket, I don't know, insert pet thing here that really is not only, in our opinion, a state issue, but like factoring, we can't do anything on. Like immigration, for instance, we'll say that for a hot button issue. You could say, hey, I want to docket saying something incredibly divisive, like all people of XYZ are terrible and they need to be barred. You know, someone could do the opposite, and it could go back and forth, and all these topics, all these very divisive topics that we have no control over anyway, people could docket freely, and as of now can. Granted, does this body, as it stands, abuse that? I don't think so. I think that would be unfair to say we abuse that. But my problem is that, well, while we might be handling it well now, based on what we've already went through, it's such an easy source to be abused that it makes me uncomfortable, to put it mildly. And when those kind of things do come up, it becomes a very big distraction, because we have things that do need to be discussed and should be looked at and should be have public feedback on, as opposed to this stuff that we actually have no power to do anything on. So we're just basically shouting into the void for the sake of shouting into the void, which is not a good use of time and inevitably leads to just a waste. So I want us to focus on doing good things and be able to do good things. And I want that to work that way for subsequent councils, hence why addressing it through the rules in theory would help enable that.
Yeah, thank you for that. And, I hear what you're saying. But, I'll reflect back in all the years that I've been on the council. I don't think I've experienced a half a dozen times where we have sent something to a request to the General Assembly, other than, a charter change or a bond issue. Maybe my memory doesn't serve me complete. I think going from nothing to this is really excessive, but I would be amenable to Councilman Napper's amendment to make it a sponsor and a co-sponsor. I would be amenable to that. I think that's a reasonable concession.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Like I said, it's something that's better than nothing as far as I'm concerned. And we have sent about, I think, half a dozen at most this term that weren't just like the normal stuff. Like the gun one's the one that comes right to mind, but there were a few others as well. Some of them by my request too. So it's not like I'm saying I'm a perfect human being here. Some I requested, and now when I thought of this, I was like, hey, that would have impacted me too, but to be honest, it should. But Councilman Gebhardt.
I agree with Napa, Councilman Napa. I think it's a happy medium. I agree with Councilman Lattiser. And that's all I have. Call the vote. Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. So could someone make that propose that amendment, please? If you want, you don't have
There
to.
was the your other amendment though about the deleting the or. So
Yeah,
that
and
the
while you're at
other-
it, could you also please delete the or, so I'm not given power that I don't want. It's the or question is right now the original says council president or on behalf of the mayor, and I want to get rid of the or, so I'm on the same footing as everybody else.
So make a motion to strike or prior to on behalf of the mayor, and make a motion to simultaneously amend 4 co-sponsors to 2. Is that correct?
One.
Or 1 co-sponsor?
Yeah, so it
The
would read shall
language would
require
be-
the sponsorship of at least 2 members, because sponsors of 2 in total.
Yes, that.
the sponsors included. It's total people, so it would be the sponsor plus 1 by using 2.
But that's all right. So that's the motion. Is there a second? So second it. All right. So any discussion on the proposed amendment? All right. Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa? Mr.
Yes.
Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
All right, so now it stands twice amended. Does anyone have any questions or comments as it now stands?
Yes, Mr. President. So, no, never mind.
All right, fair enough. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Turning to Rule 42.
Bless you.
It was my intention when we first introduced Rule 42 some years ago that the existing language of a presentation relative to the financial status and outlook of the city of Warwick, that language was already inclusive of the traditional 5-year forecast that this city council used to have from the actuarial firm. So I know that there was some discussion of the additional amendment under Rule 42. Well, I'll just leave my comment at that I do believe that the existing language is intended for that purpose of having that actuarial firm come to the city council, present that 5-year outlook. And I hope that we do get that before the budget hearings this coming May. Thank you.
Yep, I got the docket memo here as far as, I'm not saying one way or another how I'm going to fall on it, but at least we can get it in the hopper so that we can consider it immediately, or at least as soon as possible. So there's no reason why we can't. I mean, unless you guys choose to hold it, which obviously, but otherwise we should be able to hear it and decide upon it and have it ready in time. But Councilman Gephardt.
I apologize because I know I already went and I said I was done, but just along this point of Rule 42, I think the last at least year, we've not had this has been simply a one-way presentation. I think moving forward, I don't think we need to instantiate this in the rules, but I do think moving forward that this should be more of a dialogue, and there should be questions allowed, because that presentation, well, I'll leave it at that.
Understood. All right. Is there any further comment on this one? And by this one, I mean the resolution as twice amended.
Motion to move favorable as amended.
All right,
Second.
motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes as amended.
Truly don't know.
Mr. President, it's a little hazy at this point in the evening. I just want to double check in case there was any public comment that may need to occur. If there's anyone from the public that wished to weigh in on that matter, please speak up at this time.
So to be clear, was there any member of the public who wished to weigh in on the resolution amending the rules of the Warwick City Council for the 2026 term? And my apologies, we're doing this in a very odd way because of the night's activities. So this is. All right. So next we have PCR 141-25 2024-349 Neptune cold water meters. This is finance. Councilman Lattiser.
Committee recommended favorable action.
For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCR 141-25.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Foley, Councilman Napa. All right, this did already have public comment, so is there any questions or comments from members of the council? Seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt? Yes. Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Recuse.
8 yes, 1 recusal.
All right, next is PCO, well, we're on to new business. Next is PCO 2-26, an ordinance establishing regulations and penalties relative to the use of city dog parks. This is ordinance, so Councilman Napa.
This was requested to be held until the January 26th meeting.
All right, any objection to this being held to January 26th? Seeing none, so held. Next is resolution establishing a financial oversight commission. This is intergovernmental, so Councilman Gebhardt.
Yeah, the sponsor requested this be withdrawn.
All right. We have to do the roll either way, don't we? Oh, so for action, my apologies. For action, Councilman Gebhardt.
Move to withdraw.
Second.
All right, seconded. And we do need to do the roll call still? Yeah. Bully. All right. Clerk will please, well, are there any further questions or comments? All right. Yes, it was one. I think, I'm sorry. Don't cry. Call the roll. Okay. Clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muno?
Yes.
Mr. Napa? Mr.
Yes.
Ricks? Now you
Yes.
have to withdraw.
All right, next is PCR 5-26, resolution establishing a commission to review and make recommendations regarding the modernization, sustainability, and economic development potential of the city's athletic and recreational facilities and infrastructure. This is intergovernmental. Councilman Gebhardt.
We sent this to the floor without a recommendation.
Yep, that's what I have as well. So for action, Councilman Gebhardt.
I will,
I believe the mayor is here to speak on that item, Mr. Gebhardt.
yeah, so I have to move it some way, right?
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, you want to move
okay.
it?
Councilman Muto.
Yes, so I have a change. Instead of being a commission, we want to rename it a task force.
All right, and for the sake of, oh, I'm
A
sorry.
little, yes, I'll have special logos. for-
All right.
It also amends the people being appointed under this proposal.
Oh, and the people, yes, I apologize.
So Councilman Muto has an amendment. Would somebody want to second it for discussion?
Second.
The amendment changes on page 1, line 13. It changes commission to task force. It does it again on line 35, as well as on line 43 and on page 2, line 2. The amendment then removes the Parks and Rec Director, the Director of Planning and Superintendent of Public Schools, and the President and CEO of the PWCVB, as well as one generic resident, and inserts in place 3 residents of the city appointed by the council president, each with knowledge and experience in planning or construction, planning or finance, construction, or hospitality, tourism. So 1, 2, and 3 would be the idea of having someone with those relevant experiences who are residents of the city. The background on this is some quirky charter language as it relates to the specificity of a commission. The Councilman Muto wishes to advance, consideration of a matter that engages the public to evaluate the recreational and infrastructure facilities throughout the city, and therefore has now presented with you via this amendment a 7-member panel that would include 2 members of the city council, 2 representatives of city-based youth sports leagues, and 3 residents with those designated characteristics. That is the Muto amendment. It also removes the folks who were removed as being recipients of a copy of this resolution because it's unnecessary. The only other change is a clerical to the co-sponsors. It was an error listed as Councilman Gephardt. Councilman Foley was actually a co-sponsor of this one. So those are the amendments.
All right, so I'm just going to pretend as if we're in committee for the sake of simplicity. So administration, mayor.
Wouldn't the sponsor speak first?
Do we? Oh, wait, that's a good point. Yeah, I thought, in my
Yes.
head, he did via the amendment, but you're absolutely right.
No, no, it's brief. So, as you know, we have a lot of good ideas, a lot of facilities within our city, and over the last year or so, there's been, ideas about what's been going on with Mickey Stevens, City Park, and the other parks, and this task force is intended to grab the knowledge that we have within our city to understand what the resources we have and to understand the opportunity that we can do with our parks and rec. This task force is advisory, but we figured it'd be a good place to start with the inventory, what we can accomplish, and what we're missing. So that's why we're moving this to a task force. Also, the reason to move it to a task force versus a commission is that quirky charter rule. And as far as inviting, we will invite, but we can't mandate folks from the city. So we removed the mandate for city folks, but we still have council and community experts.
All right, so Mayor?
I'm not sure. Isn't the council supposed to go for us to see the lights on? But I will go, if that's okay.
I guess the question is, first things first, is the councilman has requested the underlining item to be updated via the amendment that was
No, that
read.
makes sense. That way they're going to comment on
Should
what's
we
appropriate. Yes.
entertain discussion on the amendment to convert it as discussed, and then we can get to the merits of whether or not to proceed?
I'll get it right the third time, I promise. All right, so is any questions or comments on just the proposed amendment, changing this from a commission to a task force and the changing of membership? Councilman Lattiser.
No, I don't have any questions on that. I just would ask the solicitor to repeat the items that are being deleted.
Repeat the, Councilman, just put a paper copy in front of you. The items themselves are consistently changing the word commission to task force and reducing the membership from 9 members to 7 members. The 7 representatives would be 2 council members, one of which who would serve as chair. This is not changing. 2 representatives from city-based youth sports leagues, and 3 residents of the city appointed by the city council president, each with knowledge and experience in 1, planning or finance, 2, construction, or 3, hospitality, tourism. So trying to get those voices of city residents with those expertises to the table as well.
So did you say that one of those amendments would include a professional in this design category?
That is the intent of the amendment, is to have a voice from each of those to participate.
Okay. Because my concern would be, while oftentimes these type of things are well-intended and there's goals and ideas, et cetera, but sometimes what happens is the professional who really knows how to do this is not included. And that's where you can run afoul at some point and say, Jesus, if we would have had someone who was a professional in, I'm just throwing it out there, designing a baseball field, we wouldn't have forgot about home plate.
I would suggest, as Councilman Muto noted, that the intent is to have this commission invite others as well to participate, present, and nothing would preclude that. This is just the body that would be conducting potential task force meetings.
Good.
All right, so any further questions on the proposed amendment? All right, seeing none, clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Nappi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
All right, now as amended.
Yes, there's now on the item before us is open for debate or action.
Can I do the thing now?
There's no lights, so.
All right, Mayor?
Okay. I'm opposed to this for many reasons, but first and foremost, about 2 months ago, Councilman Napper and Councilman Gebhardt came to me about forming the committee, and I said I would love to do that. We just haven't gotten around to it. Is to discuss all aspects of recreation. And I intend to issue an executive order later this week, naming them to this committee, and I'm going to give them the ability to structure the committee in however they want to do it, whatever manner they want to do. I had good conversations with Councilman Gebhardt about incorporating PAL into city programs. I'm sorry, I almost called you Brian. Councilman Napper had talked about the $50 million bond because the council attached a recreation portion to it. But what you have to understand now, I've been lobbied by these groups for 5 years. I've heard about public-private partnerships and all that, but they expect the city to put the money in. We don't have that money. We're not going to have that money or the ability to do it until the high schools are built. Mickey Stevens is ready to go. It's ready to go out to design. We don't have $1 million to get that engineered right now. And we also can't physically rip it up because it's the only place in the city the kids have play baseball until the high school is built. Things are going to change. We're going to have state-of-the-art athletic facilities at the high schools in 4 years, hopefully 4 years. So as I said, I'm going forward with this committee. They're going to plan it themselves. They're going to see what's needed. As I said, we have no money to spare for anything to do with recreation for years, at least 4 or 5 years, until we start getting the reimbursement from the state on the current bonds, which right now stand at $444 million. It's not just the $350 for the high schools, it's the $94 for the elementary schools. We're going out for another $50 million bond if needed. We're going out for permission, so we have to factor that into it. The city has no money to improve recreation facilities at any kind of a large scale right now. But as I said, Councilman Gebhardt and Councilman Napper wanted to take the bull by the horn, so to speak, and I'm going to enable them to do it. Now it's the part where you guys speak, right?
My mic went red. Councilman Gebhardt?
So you know, as a council member, a parent, PTO member, board member of Warwick PAL, obviously this is you know, at the heart of what's important in a city. So I'm less concerned about the, you know, where it gets created and more interested in seeing a concerted effort come together. I think we have, at least I'll speak for myself personally, have been frustrated with not having my fingertips on an inventory of where things are at and be able to really like think through, you know, what's the current utilization of the facilities that we have? What are they lacking? What, you know, what incremental changes would help there? Because, you know, while the mayor is right, we don't have millions of dollars to go invest in all of these facilities, but we do from time to time have some funds available, either through grants or public-private partnership or, you know, printing speeding tickets by the thousands, where we could, if we had a really solid, and I'm sure in Parks and Rec and in the mayor's team, they have an idea of what the priorities are. But I think that we want to be more involved in what those priorities are, even though we can't necessarily effectuate all those. So I am happy to participate in any sort of committee because, you know, the bulk of my time on the Warwick PAL board is getting yelled at by the commissioners, the other board members, Jamie Jennings, the executive director, and whatever parents happen to be around, that there's no place for the kids to play basketball because they have to pay $500 a night for a custodian at the schools. There's, challenges to get fields. There's challenges to find places for these kids to play. And that, is pervasive throughout the city. And I think that we have a lot of smart people here. If I could get all of you on the board at PAL, I would, but I think this can work alongside our recreation, because if you, as the mayor said, if you give the reins to any one of these recreational, organizations, they're going to have very specific requests, right? We saw the figure skaters here 2 weeks ago. They would, put the whole $50 million bond into the rink. That's probably not the best. Hope they're not listening. It's late. That's probably not the best use of our monies, right? So it's really, I want to feel comfortable that I really have studied, what we have in the city, what the current condition is, and what the actual needs and costs are to get them to where we need them to be. So I'll just put it there. It sounds like a more expedient way to just have the mayor flick his pen on Thursday and make this thing happen. But I'm on board with however we get this done as soon as possible. Thank you.
Councilman Napa.
Without reiterating everything, I know it's late. I agree with the sentiment of Councilman Gebhardt. I'm happy to be involved in whatever capacity that either this body or the administration asks me to be involved. Like Councilman Gebhardt said, we have a lot of recreational facilities and resources and assets, I guess is the best way to put it, in this city. And where we spread the butter it needs some eyes on it that are not overly burdened with other tasks. I mean, like Councilman Gebhardt said, the Parks and Recs department does a fantastic job, but they have a series of tasks that they have to do every day. And if we can function in some sort of advisory or accessory way to take that burden off their shoulders to be able to do this other background work and organize how we're managing and upgrading and moving money around as it becomes available. If we can get that off their plates, it helps them and us at the same time. So I'm happy to participate in any way, but I would defer to Councilman Muto's comments because he was the one that docketed this item initially.
And by the way, I meant to mention after Councilman Gebhardt, that per the administration, they are working on putting together an inventory as far as, because there already is one that exists saying like, hey, these are the fields and whatnot. But as far as like the content, like, okay, well, what's there? There's 4 fields, there's bathrooms, there's this, there's that. So that way we can actually look at this and compare and see where the need is on a more readily obtainable way, which would help us immensely when it comes to that upcoming bond in February, because we're going to obviously have monies and it'll help guide the administration as where the monies are most needed. But Councilman Muto.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Mayor, I'm extremely excited that you've already started the conversation 2 months ago. And I agree. One of the frustrations I have, I'll talk about myself, is we never have enough time to do something. We always kick something down the can. You mentioned yourself, or a few of the council people mentioned that it's been months to try to kick something off. I love the idea of the task force to help formalize a structure and welcome whatever conversations you have. We can structure the task force based on the conversations that you've had. The goal here is not to say, oh, the council wants to understand, all Parks and Rec. This, I believe, is a win-win-win for everybody. And I would, love the administration's participation. I know a few of us have needs within our own wards and desires. I think this task force allows us to at least get something set and at least established without the, it's on the list. The other part is, again, we had the conversation, I believe, Mr. President, the conversation with you, which is the difference between the commission and task force. We didn't mean to exclude the administration. It's just the way our charter is. The original proposal included the administration assets and participation, and we'd love to include the administration because I believe all of us together can come up with a great plan for our city. Thank you.
And so just so my understanding is that the mayor stated he's going to be doing something along the lines of an executive order or whatnot to basically form a committee or commission on this, including members of the council and elsewise. Standing separate from that is this proposed task force. The difference between the two, obviously, is what you just pointed out, that one's we can't, because of the charter, have the administration be part of it. So I'm not sure to what extent we want two, they're not really dueling, but two separate committees or commissions going about looking for the same goal. I'm not sure if it makes more sense if you want to hold yours to see if you're satisfied with how that one functions. And if not, you'd be like, hey, my thing's here, I'm ready to go. I don't know.
I would propose and make the motion for favorable action on this just to get the ball rolling. Whatever ideas or feedback we have, we can either restructure, invite, we can adjust the makeup of this commission based on the two commissions. I don't believe it makes sense to have two activities going since there's already the council in the administration that has ideas. Let's put those ideas into this task force or commission, whatever we want to call it, work together and get it done.
Well, I don't see how the two would work together. I'm going to do that by executive order, and that compels, if they require it, city personnel to do the work for them. We don't want to stretch our resources on two different task forces. Personally, as mayor, my number one priority, I could tell you, would be Mickey Stevens. I coached there for 4 years. It's horrible. And I have to tell you, it's better this year. We did a lot of work on the fields. But Mickey Stevens, a lot of romantic ideas, memories about how it was glorious. In the 90s, that place was sinking, and it was a crap hole. And it should have never been built there. Back then, you can dump construction debris. You can't any longer. And that's what the problem is with Mickey Stevens. It took us, the DEM study took us almost, Bill, year and a half, 2 years. And then the remediation plan took another year. And as I said, that's sitting there ready to go. It just has to go to design. We don't have $1 million to get it designed right now. That's where the bond would come in, as we spoke about, Councilman. But, ooh, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I've been here too long. But as I said, I was going to do this. I said we'd discuss it after the holidays. It is after the holidays. And this is the committee I would like to go forward. And as I said, actually, Councilman, you gave me a third name tonight so they can have a quorum. And then they're going to decide how many people are on it, what they're going to focus on. And I think that's just more productive. We're not restricting them to anything. And it'll still be just a recommendation. But it's several years down the line. Some of us may not be here. Ed will.
Yeah. And part of the reason why this hasn't already been done, at least from my understanding on the administration side, is that I asked for it to hold off so that this could happen. Otherwise, the conversation would be slightly different because it would be, well, they already exist. Well, now what? Just keep that in mind, Councilman Napa.
Yeah, I just had a question, Mr. Mayor. If you could just expound upon what your vision for what you're planning to do for executive order, what would be the role, the powers granted in whatever body you intend to create, and how would that be different from just an advisory task force that Councilman Mute had presented?
How will it be different? Yeah. Because an executive order is actually official. I'll compel the city to give you everything you need. It compels them to. If you want the Parks and Rec director on, well, we don't have one right now, they'll be on it and they'll cooperate. They have to. Excuse me. And as I said, you can form it yourselves. It will start with 3 and you'll be empowered to grow the committee any way you need to.
So in addition to being advisory, would also have the ability to request and actually have department heads and personnel go out and effectuate change?
Because I've ordered them to.
Okay.
And we can, I mean, every organization has its own needs. The figure skaters were in here and they want the hockey players out. The hockey players came to me, they want the figure skaters out. The president of the Hockey Association said best facility in the state. I mean, it has its flaws. We've spent $2 million on it in the last 5 years. He said they were all built during the Bobby Orr era and they're let go. We're the only ones that have two. Most municipalities have none. But every sport, that's the most important thing. I mean, softball, they have a great facility over there, Winslow. So does the soccer that plays there. Ben Street is pretty much a top-notch facility. Mickey Stevens is a dump. The little leagues, they take care of them their own. We assist them however we can, except for poor Continental because it's private property. We can't do anything for them. I wish we could do more. Appenag over here, they're very nice fields. A lot of fields we just have are scratch fields. They're practice fields. They're just not worth putting money into. As I said, we improved Mickey Stevens, the playing surface this year. We dressed them up, and we had a lot of good reviews from the coaches. Like I said, I coached Pal there for 4 years, and it was a nightmare. But I never once had a kid say I didn't enjoy the game because the fields are terrible. That was the parents. We have a lot of work to do. Things will let go for a long time. But I mean, pretty much the residents have decided the schools are the priority, and they are right now. And everything hinges on that. As I said, if we applied for an earmark grant for Mickey Stevens, it never got off the table. They weren't interested in it. We'll keep applying, but as I said, we couldn't even rip it up right now. We have to play baseball there. The only field right now is Vets, baseball field.
Councilman Ricks.
So-
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
Excuse me. The cynical side of me says that commissions are where good ideas go to die. The optimistic side of me says if you all want to dedicate your time, energy into trying to make a difference here, knowing that this is more of a long-term vision and you're preparing for the future, you're not going to see the results right away for all of the reasons that the mayor stated, but sowing those seeds, go for it.
But as I said, with the two councilmen running it, basically, the council will have a lot of input. So I'd like to ask you to withdraw it or to at least not pass it because I don't see the purpose of having two. And I do commend you for taking it on.
Let me entertain this. Do you have a plan right now?
Yes,
You do? Can I see it?
I just told you about it. I haven't signed the executive order.
Here's my challenge. We've been talking about this for a while. I would still like to get a vote on record. And if 2 months from now, we don't have an executive order in place, we've got something in place we started. But if you come back to us within 2 weeks before we even get things off the ground, we put together a mixed commission. If this passes, I'd be more than happy to adjust the bill. But right now, I think this has been a need by other council people. It's been a need by the community, and people just feel like there's no action being taken. Yes, this is a long-term plan. There may be action, but we're not aware of it. So with your knowledge, your willingness to use the administration, part of this task force, I think it could be a spectacular project and spectacular for the city, and we can make it work together. If there's no need for two, if there's a way to meld the two together over the next 2 weeks, awesome. But right now, I've been thinking about this and working on this task force, commission, now task force, for well over 6 months. And I would love to at least get a vote on it. And if the council think this is a duplicative effort, so be it. The council has a vote. But right now, I would, again, be able to go to bed saying, okay, I did my best for the citizens of Warwick, saying we will work and put together a plan for Parks and Rec. So again, I will repeat, I make the motion for favorable action.
Well, I just said that I would be signing an executive order this week. Do you not take me at my word?
Yeah, I was gonna ask for clarification.
That's
It's
kind
a
of
safe
insulting.
bet that there'll be an executive order signed by the 26th. So my request, if someone could be willing to make it, would be to motion to postpone consideration of this until January 2026.
Okay, so
Hold up, let me just.
if it's definitely being done on the 26th or before, I will make a recommendation to hold it pending if the executive order is signed, and not just the executive, I want to see a plan. And then I will resubmit for vote at the next meeting. How's that sound?
Second.
I'll second to hold.
What date did you say?
You didn't say it.
January 26th.
January 26th. It's the
Oh,
next council.
I thought you said the 6th. That's tomorrow.
Yeah, no, 26th.
I would have said the 6th, but Councilman Muto's kind.
Council President, I think Councilman Foley is begging your acknowledgement.
Oh, sorry. The book blocked it. Councilman Foley, wait, hold on. I was also being scolded at the same time. What?
A question through the press. So Councilman Muto, you are now willing to hold till the 26th?
Yes.
Is that what is in front of us?
He says yes.
Call the question.
Oh, okay. All right. Clerk will please call the roll on the, oh, wait. It's a hold. We're going to say, does anyone have any objection to this being held till January 26th?
Mr. Sinapi?
The sub A specifically. All right. If there's no objection, then it's just so held.
So held.
Oh, and we need just save.
Council President, it's now 11:32 PM. Rule 21A would be in order to be waived to address the last matter here before us this evening.
Motion to suspend the rules so we can finish this marathon tonight.
Second.
All right.
Objection.
Motion made. Second. Is there any objection? All right.
Excuse me.
Pardon.
No, I'm only fooling.
All right, so that we're at PCR 6-26, resolution relative to Christopher Motors claim. Councilman Muto.
Let me get to that page. Thank you, Mr. President. The committee moved to the council, recommended a move to the council with no recommendation. The claim, just to cover, is happened on Centerville Road, Route 117, which is a state road. According to the Rhode Island DOT, I'm interpreting that Warwick is not the responsible party in this case. The claim has been denied through the process, and the recommendation was by the city was to refer it to JR Vinagro. However, according to the Rhode Island DOT, they have 60 days to submit a claim based on a state road. I would move for unfavorable action.
So is there a second? All right, just so we could discuss that at a minimum. All right, so claim for unfavorable action or request for unfavorable action, and was seconded, at least for the purpose of discussion. So as mentioned by Muto, it was a claim for a denial per admin. Anyone have any questions or comments on this? Councilman Lattiser.
So the claimant is actually Christopher Motors. That's a business entity? Is that, does anyone know? Is that?
No, that's where the invoice was from, Christopher Motors. It's James Melton.
Why I'm looking at this recommendation memo.
I think that it might just have a unique name.
Oh, it is the name, Christopher
it's
Motors.
Christopher Motors.
Yes.
It appears so.
I mean, it's got claimant down here, signed by the director on 11/19/25, claim of Christopher Motors.
This is somewhat confusing.
Okay.
you want to hand that to Mr. Vicente by chance? Please. Any chance you have anything on this one?
I have no information on this.
Yeah, I figured it's kind of blindsiding you at almost midnight, so.
Question.
Sorry, Councilman Gephardt.
Just process question. How did this come to be on the main agenda versus in committee?
It was on committee.
It was in committee. It got shunted here because of the unique nature of tonight.
No, but it's on. Oh,
yeah.
I'm an idiot. Okay. Okay, got it. Because it does seem odd to have a business make a claim. That is the first time I've seen that on this council. I'm not sure if what the rules have to do with that, but
That's actually a fair question, Solicitor. Do you know?
Are you here for this claim, ma'am? I'll get back to you on that, but the denial was from the fact that they're arguing that essentially it's not our road.
It's not our road, it's a state road, and it was during construction, so it's a DOT, J.R. Vinagro, so that was the recommendation, and talked to DOT, and they agree. They're 60 days.
But that 60 days is elapsed already.
That's a good question. No, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's close.
All right, so while the solicitor looks for what he's looking for, does anyone else have any questions or comments on this? And did everyone actually hear what Councilman Muto was saying as far as the reason for denial and whatnot? All right. Oh, yes, fair point. Any members of the public here to speak on this? All right. So,
I have a question.
yep, Councilman Lattiser.
So being that it's a state road and would fall under state laws, isn't there, and this would be to the solicitor, isn't there a 3-year ruling with the state on this? Isn't the state statute 3 years?
I have ours, the impact on us before me. I'd have to pull that, but my understanding it's a similar process and liability standard, but I'd have to double check. I don't have it in front of me.
I know that it being it's not our street, that kind of, that's cut and dry, yeah. But if there's a 3-year statute, it would be nice to be able to, and I'll take the lead on it, to advise this person that, you know what, somebody made a mistake telling you 60 days when you got 3 years. So we don't need to do that tonight, but solicitor, if you could get back to me with that.
It's 60 days. That's on their website.
Okay?
Yep.
All right, are you lit up from before? Or are you?
Oh, yeah.
All right, does anyone else have any questions or comments on this? All right, bear with me one moment because I need to check something because I just realized there's another name on this. Okay. So there's no further questions or comments. Clerk will call the roll on unfavorable action. So a yes is for unfavorable action.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Mr. DeLuise?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Purvey?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. Muto?
Yes.
Mr. Napa?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
9 yes, unfavorable.
All right. Referral and advertising, PCO 18-25, an ordinance amending. All right. Amending Appendix A zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick regarding the geographical areas where retail sales of marijuana and related products can occur. It's supposed to be in the City of Warwick, petitioners citywide.
This has been referred to the planning board for their review and advice.
Unless I'm missing anything, I believe that concludes the agenda. Does anyone have anything for unanimous consent? Unless there's any objection, we'll move on then to maybe the docket session. Is there a hesitant second?
Oh, second.
All right, second, and all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we're in the docketing session. So Ward 1.
No.
It's just held indefinitely.
That's indefinitely.
No.
Nope. Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3. Ward 4. Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6.
Yes, I have one. I'm reintroducing introducing an ordinance to establish the Financial Oversight Commission based on the previous resolution, but we're changing it to ordinance.
Ordinance, so Ward 7.
I'd like to co-sponsor if I
Oh,
could, please.
sorry, Councilman Lattiser would like to co-sponsor that. Ward 7.
Pass.
Ward 9. Look at me. All right, yeah. And then I have just the one that we already mentioned earlier, a resolution amending the rules of the Warwick City Council for the 2025-2026 term.
Intergov.
Intergov. All right, so that concludes our business at 11:42 p.m.